In just a second, everyone, need to warm them. Okay, welcome along everyone. I understand that we're live streaming now, so great to have everybody here. So yes, we will start as usual with a karakia. Tuia ki runga, tuia ki raro, tuia ki waho, tuia ki roto, tuia ki te here tangara, ka rongo te pō, ka rongo te ao, homie huie tae. Thank you, everyone. We have got a pretty full council meeting that we're really looking forward to today. We've got a number of presentations, so as well as public forums. So we have no apologies that I'm aware of. If anyone knows of any, let me know. But got just double checking. I think we've got everyone
here. He's just getting stuff sorted.
Okay, Michael is here, and we got Councillor Tim Meetham on line there as well. Public forum today. First up, now we've got a couple of public forum speakers today. We've got Pierre Marasti of Extinction Rebellion, and then he'll be followed by Kieran Keogh of Otago, I understand. So first of all, Pierre, we're in your hands.
Kia ora koutou katoa. Can you hear me well?
I can hear you really well, thank you.
August was again the warmest August on record. In the last 12 months, the world was 1.64 degrees above pre-industrial average. Out of all the consequences of these extreme temperatures, some of the worst events this last month were Super Typhoon Yagi, displacing millions, creating billions in damages and killing hundreds in Asia. Then we already mentioned the Central European drought that wiped out the agricultural yield, losing hundreds of millions of euros worth of food. Well, now Central Europe is underwater with billions of euros in damages. While at the same time, in Western Europe, Portugal is burning with already 7 dead, hundreds of injured, and the long-term health effects of smoke that polluted the air all the way to France. Today, though, we want to focus on the solutions. 3 weeks ago, Dr. Saul Griffiths, advisor to the White House, Paul Conway, chief economist at the Reserve Bank of New Zealand, and Jeff Simons, chief economist at the Parliamentary Commission for the Environment, presented Rewiring Aotearoa's latest report. It lays down the opportunities, both economical and environmental, offered to the country by a rapid electrification of our energy system. One of the salient points in the report is the missed opportunity of not involving households enough in the decarbonization of the country. In New Zealand, most of the petrol is burned by households. There is no decarbonization possible without everyone boycotting fossil fuels. Now, this would be a very unpopular thing to say if it wasn't in the best economical interest of everyone to take part. Of course, it is already in everyone's best interest to preserve a living environment, but economically also, today, households can save thousands a year by electrifying. And at the country level, the numbers are staggering. A rapid electrification of the country would avoid the emission of 105 million tons of carbon by 2040, save households $10 billion a year by 2040, or a cumulative $95 billion. It would drastically improve our trade balance, as most of our fossil fuels come from abroad. We literally send billions of dollars abroad every year for the dirty stuff, when we could generate all our energy here at home with clean electricity. And also, a rapid electrification of the country could help us avoid having to pay billions on useless international carbon credits to honor our internationally agreed decarbonization commitments. As councillors, you have an important role to play. First, you need to lead by example and decarbonize your lives. But then there are many ways for you to help accelerate the decarbonization of the region by communicating, by electrifying public transport, by incentivizing electric mobility, or by discouraging the use of fossil fuels in buildings, amongst the many levers you have at your disposal. We hope that you will lead the electrification of our region so that we can all reap the benefits from it. Thank you.
Thank you, Pierre. Are there any questions today? Appears not. Thank you for joining us once again, Pierre. Yeah, hopefully your Achilles is feeling a bit better.
It's getting better. Thank you.
Oh, that's great. Okay, we're on to the next public forum. We have Kieran Keogh coming forward. Welcome along.
Thank you.
You're probably well aware of public forum bounds, but yeah, 5 minutes to present to us and then any questions or clarification. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair and councillors. I've come here today to have make a few points about the regional plan waste rule with the way it's been applied to contaminated sites and the earthworks rule. There's also got Daryl Sycamore from Terramark along and Patterson's have also supported this submission. There's a significant problem arising in this area that we work in with the way the region is administering the rule, race plan rule 561. This rule has effectively been made redundant by the National Environmental Standard for Assessing and Managing Contaminants in Soil, which is being administered by the territorial authorities. And DCC actually does this very effectively and usually as a part of a broader land use consenting process. So it sort of tends to do it proportionately. So quite often you'll only get 3 or 4 conditions in a broader consent that address it. But also they actually quite often allow us to put in quite basic reports that just basically say we've sampled the site and this is the results and this is what needs done. And for many smaller brownfields development around town, the conditions are effectively dig it up, take it to the tip and don't spill any on the way. So it's not complicated. We're often dealing with high site coverage developments where all of the surface soil has to go and it's going to go to landfill. Your residential earthworks rule has been brought in and it's actually compounded the problem by actually again effectively duplicating the duplication. And again, completely unnecessary in the light of what's been done under the NES and the district plan earthworks rules. The one other issue in this is the legal concept of de minimis, and that there's a certain point at which regulatory and legal processes say that something is insufficient support, importance or scale to make it worth regulating. The NES does this explicitly by stating what it considers to be minor activities by saying it's got permitted. You're allowed to do 5 cubic metres of disposal per 500 metres of site area or 25 cubic metres of disturbance per 500 metres of site area. And it also does it by scaling the activity so there's permitted, controlled and discretionary. Those how we say, elements are missing in the regional rules. So they're poorly drafted, they've got no different definitions and they've got no permitted minimums. And this leads to an absurdly excessive application of the regional rules. And literally the residential earthworks rule requires resource consent to do anything other than dig the garden by hand around any pre-1945 timber house in Dunedin. And we hope the CEO has actually got a hail designation on his property because he's covered by this rule. And so, again, this is where the DCC is handling this quite well. And in fact, DCC is probably ahead of a lot of people in that a number of local authorities aren't treating old residential properties as hail sites, but in many areas we find they're some of the worst sites, worse than industrial sites because of not just necessarily lead, but some of the historical activities that went on them prior to the current house being built on them. There's landfilling and quite often you'd find there might have been an old, really early settler cottage on it, had lots of lead, lead flashings, lead plumbing, the whole lot. It'd be pushed into heat and burnt, so you can get quite high levels of lead floating around and other heavy metals on some of these sites, and a lot of hydrocarbons because quite a lot of gasworks waste ends up on properties that's used. The old clinker and sinter used to be used for paving. There's coal tar, asphalt, all sorts of things. And the ORC's approach to the management of this whole process is actually causing a lot of harm. We recently went onto a site where a guy's wanting to put a small extension on his house. He wants to shift 12 cubic metres of material within the property. That's permitted under the NES, so it's legal under the law. But ORC will require a consent under Rule 561. It will require consent under the Residential Earthworks Rule and also for the discharge of contaminants to land, because they would actually put it in behind a retaining wall where they're going to build a garage. And so to shift that 12 cubic metres of soil will cost them somewhere between $12,000 and $15,000 worth of investigation reporting, consenting and consent processing costs. That's $1,000 a cubic metre for something that's permitted by the legislation. On another job where we had a site, we had a house that had been burnt down, and it turned out sometime long ago in the past, someone had been burning batteries and wiring looms in the backyard. So when we went to sample it, we found lead up to 20,000 parts per million in the backyard down to 3/4 of a metre. DCC managed this. We were going to, scrape the site, take 10 centimetres off the top, cap the whole lot, put clean material in a break layer in it. And DCC did that with 2 pages of consent conditions. ORC, in contrast, required 5 separate consents. They issued 24 pages of consent conditions, none of which added anything material to the 2 pages that DCC had issued. We required a bore permit for digging the house foundations because we might encounter groundwater, and I'm not quite certain how digging a hole actually has more effect than the material that came out of the hole on the groundwater. And that rule too has no permitted minimums. There's no bottom end of things. So you're getting sort of consents for really absurdly small scale works. And all ORC achieved by this was to irritate everybody involved, make itself look incompetent, and add $10,000 to the cost of these people's house rebuild. It's having flow-on effects to us because we're the ones that actually confront people who are doing these developments, and it's us that bears the brunt of everybody's frustration and anger with the cost and with the duplication of process, and also the fact that your processes are very, very rigid and inflexible, whereas the DCCs are actually quite adaptable and tend to get the consenting done with the minimum amount of, inputs, and they do it pretty effectively. I'd also like to note that this is not a staff problem with ORC, it's a policy problem. The staff we deal with are all fine. There's no complaints there at all. But I'd argue that you've got better things to do with your time and in your resources. And also I'd point out that no other regional council in New Zealand takes this approach with contaminated sites. It's also actually starting to severely impact on the viability of a lot of small scale brownfields redevelopments. A lot of these things are actually pretty marginal economically anyway. When you start adding a lot of cost to them, they just really start to struggle. What we're requesting is that council sit down and have a bit of a think about this, and as a policy guidance, I think make a decision that sort of effectively suggests to staff that we look at accepting the NES permitted activity limits as the de minima in terms of interpreting the regional rules. And I think also sort of look along the lines of making a policy decision where if there's a consent being granted under the NES, you just have a pro forma consent that says, okay, that consent being granted under the NES effectively satisfies the earthworks rule and the waste plan rule. You need to be in the process, but you don't need to be administering the process is really our argument. And, at the oversight level, the council is doing a good job, but at the consenting level, it's a nightmare. We'd also point out that the waste plan, and we know that you're having a few controversies with getting the review of your current plan out, but the waste plan is now 25 years old, sort of 15 years past its use by date. It's been completely and utterly superseded by the NES, and we'd really appreciate it, in fact, as consultants in general or in the region, that you looked at some way of moderating the way the current rules are being applied, so that you recognise that a lot of the work is already being done by the territorial authorities until such time as the new plan review is got through, which could be a wee while off. So anyway, that's really that in a nutshell. So happy to field any questions if anybody.
We have a couple of questions, I think. We'll start with Councillor Noon, then Councillor Scott.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Kieran. So this issue's popped up since Plan Change 8 became operative.
It got worse when Plan Change 8 became operative.
Okay.
Yeah.
And we've had a couple of years in the meantime, but obviously that was the tipping point.
Yes.
When Plan Change 8
Yep.
became okay. And the other question I had was around having a higher standard than an NES. We often have these conversations in terms of the land and water plan, but in your view, and I understand you haven't come here as an expert from an environmental perspective, but you know a hell of a lot about this particular activity. So from your perspective, the environmental risk with what you're suggesting to essentially rely 100% on the NES, how would you rate the environmental risk if we have a higher standard than an NES? So basically, are you saying it's not necessary to have, from an environmental risk perspective, to have a rule that has a higher standard than an NES?
Yeah, I think it's completely pointless in that when you actually look at a lot of these small jobs, the city is absolutely chock full of this contaminated soil. It is literally everywhere. And these small scale jobs make infinitesimal in terms of the broader picture. And generally, the MFE's accepted or promulgated these minimums because they see that at that point you're just making far more work for yourselves and for everybody than the benefits warrant.
Thanks.
And that's across all. I mean, it's inherent in the RMA with all of the whole permitted activity criteria.
Thanks. Yeah, thank you. We'll just keep it flowing because we got an hour and a half of presentations today
Also,
as well. But
if you ever get interested, I'm happy to come back and have a chat too. It's
thank you. Right, we've got Councillor Scott next. Yeah.
So it's a quick question to see, Richard. You'll take this information and give it consideration. Yeah, we've had lots of discussions.
Thank you.
yeah. Oh, thanks very much, Council. Much appreciated.
Yeah, we have got, sorry, if you stay with us a little bit longer, Councillor Wilson's had her hand up for a wee while.
Sorry, thanks, Kieran. Just checking, you talked mainly about DCC, but do Clutha and the other TAs in Otago have similar skill mix? Because that is the...
And I know, and I think that's a role the region could actually play, and that these guys do actually need support. DCC's got a lot of resources. They've got a really good archive. They're well motivated. Waitaki's probably getting on board. Queenstown tends to not use us. They're very much got their own consultancy group up there. And Clutha definitely needs some help some days. And that's where I sort of see it's important that you should be providing oversight to get the councils to do the job under the NES properly rather than actually doing it in replication.
Great, thank you.
Thanks, Kieran. Councillor Malcolm's got an urgent question.
Yeah, I suppose at the end of the day, with these rules that are in place, are you comfortable, beside that complication of the rule, that the disposal is being done adequately within all the areas?
Yes. Oh, yeah. No, there's no problem at all. It's DCC is pretty rigid on that.
Yep.
And also, that's an aside, is that the regional council, we often come to them for discharge consents where we're going to do something other than take it to the landfill, and that process actually has been handled really well by ORC. So because there's a lot of stuff that's relatively low level waste that can be used as fill on other sites, and the guidance we're getting from your staff is that is a good outcome rather than take it to landfill if it can be put somewhere else appropriately, or if it can be encapsulated on site. So
Right.
so say that discharges to land stuff still stays with you guys, and that's best done here.
Thanks.
So
Thanks very much for coming in and coming in person. We always appreciate public forums.
thank you for the
So,
opportunity.
yep, thank you.
Okay.
Next part of the agenda is just confirmation of the agenda. I don't think there's any additions today. We can confirm that. Right, any declarations of interest are just as usual to be managed by councillors. Confirmation of the minutes. We have council meeting on the 28th of August. We have it, and an extraordinary council meeting on the 5th of September as well. So somebody care to move those? Councillor Somerville, seconded Councillor McCall. No corrections need to be made. Nope. Okay, we'll put that then. All in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. And we are on to presentations. We have 4 today, and the first one is the annual report of the Otago Rescue Helicopter Trust. Great to have you here as well today. Welcome along and make yourselves comfortable at the end there. We'll just get the presentation up. If you wanted to introduce yourselves and get underway while we're doing that, you're very welcome to as well.
Fantastic. Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, councillors, staff. Privileged to be here to present the 2024 annual report from the Otago Southland Rescue Helicopter Trust. I'm Stephen Woodhead, one of the trustees, filling in for our chairman today, and Martin Tibby, who's an apology, and also like to apologise for Graham Gale, who's not able to be here. Deputising for Graham. Ross, do you want to introduce yourself and give us your title?
Morena, my name is Ross Kirkpatrick. I'm one of the critical care paramedics at the Mosgiel base at Tyre, and one of the team leaders.
Wow.
And with us, I'm sure you know Vivian, the Trust Secretary Manager, so Vivian Seaton. So, yeah.
Just put the microphone on.
Right hand button.
Oh,
Is that better? That's better.
well done.
Righto. We've got 8 or 9 slides for you. We'll just flick through them. Happy to take questions at the end. And just an update from the year's annual report. We can flick on to the first slide. Lots of numbers there. You can see there's been a small change in some of the percentages down the right hand side underneath the 2024 comparison with 2023, and but another pretty busy year. The important number at the bottom really is 1,883 patients who have been picked up or moved during the year. Click on to the next slide. From a financial perspective, here's some key financial data. Total revenue you'll see is up quite a bit to 1.7 million for the trust. Expenses up a little bit, and so a reasonably healthy surplus of 594 at the end of the year. Total comprehensive revenue and expenses, that takes into account some bequests that we're receiving more and more of them on an annual basis. So that's the difference between the 594 and the 776. Significant donors, ORCs sitting at the top of the list there. We have ongoing significant support out of Southland, Vivian, and very good relationship with the Invercargill Licensing Trust. And it's not actually in this financial year's data that we're looking at today. Their support came in just after the end of the financial year. But a very sound ongoing relationship with our donors and community groups, individuals, and as also bequests, which are becoming more and more common with them. We also have a sound support from our family of sponsors, and it was very pleasing to, and I think we acknowledged it about this time last year, that we had the Land Power Group join us as a platinum sponsor, and Network Waitaki Ramsdown also as part of that team. So a good spread and from around the region, and we welcome the ongoing support from our sponsors. Just a quick update from contract perspective. We're not able, and no need at this point, to go into any detail other than to say that the service provider, Otago, is halfway through a 4-year contract and is at the point of very early discussions with Health New Zealand, the government agencies that look after it, and looking to have a new contract in place for 2026. We're, as you're well aware, co-funders with the Crown, and so the Otago Southland Trust contributes 800,000 to the operations. The Aldart Lakes District Air Rescue Trust, based out of Queenstown, contributes another 400,000. And on top of that, we provide some funding and support, primarily around technology upgrades and new technology that sits outside the government funding contract. And whilst it would be nice to be 100% government funded service, there are actually some benefits from having some community input, and we can, when the operator comes to us and says we need A, B and C, we can look at it, get it assessed and fund it out of community support. So yeah, just a reminder there of the ongoing contract renewal timeframes and the mix of funding that supports the service. IFR, instrument flight rules routes, have continued to be developed during the year, and the trust also supported the development of a helipad in the Catlins at Waka. And we've been working with a number of communities, and there's some more in front of us. I think there's one North Otago somewhere.
Correct, yeah.
Yeah.
Having early discussions.
So between the operators, ourselves, and the local communities, extension of that. But I might just hand over to Ross and ask him to comment on the IFR routes, maybe give us an example of the benefits they provide.
Sure. So I'm a paramedic, I'm not a pilot. And the IFR routes are the next level of us being able to get to patients when weather conditions typically inhibit us from going places. IFR means flying on instruments. So normally when you're flying around, you need nice clear skies to be able to see where you're going. This IFR technology and all these IFR routes allow us to fly where the weather would prevent us traditionally. And to quote Graham Gale, their telephone book numbers and his network and the trust network that have been built up over the last few years is impressive, to say the least. Another route about to be published to go into Milford, so when cruise ships come in, and we can still head around the hill to help those patients. A real life example of one of these IFR routes. The reason they're so important is because our weather and our terrain is very, very unique. 2 weeks ago, there was a critically injured person in northern central Otago. They were dying, and the Queenstown helicopter was able to retrieve that patient back to Queenstown Hospital, where that patient was able to get some blood and help become stabilized. And there was a weather bank from here right through up to central Otago. So while the Queenstown rescue helicopter was retrieving the patient back to Queenstown Hospital, we were able to IFR up to Queenstown, retrieve that patient, continue giving that blood and other life-saving measures, and get them back down to Dunedin and into surgery. A very frequent occurrence is IFR trips up to Christchurch. We have multiple direct clinical pathways to go from around the region straight to Christchurch, so burns, spinal cord injuries, head injuries. And more often, we're going up for various neuro cover as well. So if someone has a stroke around the region or in the city, and it's a specific type of stroke, then they go up to Christchurch for stroke clot retrieval. So these IFR routes are being used at least weekly, if not daily.
Great, thanks, Ross. On to our last slide. So, as you're very well aware, we have fantastic support from our communities. And last year, just to keep the Southland region updated, we held an event in Otago and met with a wide range of community groups and local government and agencies that the service links with. Very successful day. We've got one plan for this spring, actually, early November in North Otago, Councillor Malcolm. And so again, just updating people and connecting with the key agencies. Over the last year, we've also launched a bit of a social media campaign just to raise awareness and particularly perhaps link with the younger generation. And so Vivian's...
Please like and share. And
Yes. Yeah, getting good following.
oh, we've got we're very delighted with the response.
Delighted with the response and just awareness. And one of the things that it's covering off, obviously it covers the whole of the Otago Southland region, but anywhere actually. But you know, cities like or major urban areas like Dunedin, where we don't necessarily have as much one-on-one contact, but actually Dunedin people travel, visit, you know, you might be on a tram for skiing or whatever, a road accident, so still could be a beneficiary of the service. So just raising the awareness and using modern channels. So, yeah. So I'd just like to say a huge thank you again for your support that underpins the service, highly valued, and we enjoy the ongoing relationship. Pleased to be here and able to answer any questions now.
Thank you so much, and thank you for being here in person today, and once again presenting such a positive story for Otago and for the South. So we're going to go into questions now. Councillor Kelleher.
Thank you. Another positive report. You're doing an absolutely awesome job, and it's great to see how the IFR routes and the technology and the service provided is evolving. My question again is around funding, and you have funding you can rely on, and then I guess you have funding because you've got an X amount you need to meet each year. You have funding you can rely on, as you have been able to with the ORC. And then Southland has been building, I guess, now that you're a service provider to Otago and to Southland. How much of it, how at risk is the trust each year of potentially not being able to receive its funding, given a level of it is bequeaths, and you never know year by year how many bequeaths you're going to get? So have you got a comfortable percentage of funds coming in that you know are safe and secure year on year?
I think we've answered that with a yes.
Yes. There are contracts in place with our sponsors, and we're very grateful for the ongoing support of our regular donors. Obviously, economic conditions impact on that, and we're delighted that many of the rural community events have been able to proceed. Some have been placed on hold this year, just reflecting the situation out there. But overall, I think we can be relatively comfortable, but we are at the whim of donors and economic conditions, absolutely.
And that's likely to be an ongoing situation the trust will be in because of the sheer nature of the amount of cost it takes to run, the expansion, and that ongoing ability to always try and embrace new technology where it's available.
Yes, yeah. And you know, there's certainly some risks raising reasonably substantial sums of money in the community, but that list of sponsors and donors is a really solid foundation, and then there's the other communities support on top of that. So we're reasonably comfortable. we haven't, what you would say, aggressively gone out with our hands out, to be fair. It essentially markets itself. These guys are flying 7 or 8 hours a day. And we all know someone who's been a beneficiary of the service at some point now, because it's been operating for quite some time. So, yeah, it's not a difficult sell.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
Well
you.
done.
Good question. Councillor Weir and then Metham.
I was wondering how the New Dunedin hospital build might change things for you guys, if those are conversations you're having yet, or if you expect that to have any impact on, I don't know, where you're flying certain people to or anything like that.
I can't answer the medical question. I'll hand back to Ross in a minute. But we both Graham Gale and the Trust have had annual updates from the team with respect to the new build. And our focus obviously is on ensuring that there are fit for purpose helipads top of the new hospital. And so that it not only meets the day-to-day requirements, but it's there in the event of something like the Alpine fault. And so there's comfort. We've had a briefing reasonably recently, and there's comfort with the design and the scale and how it's all going to work.
In terms of the clinical side of things, so it's a greater discussion with Health New Zealand with where specific capabilities are held, which is probably well outside my capability of answering. Wherever that ends up, we will have the ability to get patients from A to B.
Thank you. Councillor Metham, then Malcolm.
Yes, good morning. Steve, just a question around your surplus. It's good to see it, obviously, because you do have your capital commitments ahead of time, in the future. Was the surplus a planned surplus? Was it according to budget, or was it a surprise that you got that?
Ian might call for help here. It wasn't a complete surprise. We were aiming for a small surplus, but it was turned into be a large one. Vivian, about to give some more.
So I think the variances to budget, we never budget on receiving bequests. So that is always in addition to budget. And probably the performance of the investment fund would have had a positive variance to budget over that time frame.
That's great. Yep.
We tend to budget fairly conservatively, so it's a working budget, mostly focused really, I guess we can control expenses, so the focus of the budget is on our trust operating expenses that are pretty minimal.
Yeah, and do you have a strong financial position in terms of your balance sheet?
Yes, we do.
Yes.
And designed to be that way.
Yeah, that's great.
So the annual report is in your resource centre on Diligent for your reference.
Good. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Malcolm.
Look, yeah, firstly, up our patch in the Waitaki, your service is just sensational. So long, keep going. And it's, look, I was at a meeting. I was at a meeting last night with a couple of Lions groups, and it was just a topic of conversation that came out of the blue. So they didn't know. And to be honest, I forgot I was going to hear this today, but it was just great for the vibe coming around the room. So exceptional. I'm just looking at your cost. Am I right in by dividing your total expenses by the 1883? That's basically the cost of this service to me as a sick patient sitting to get me somewhere.
No.
No, because you've got that.
That's the portion
Yeah.
this trust is funding, so that's the community funded portion.
Yeah, which is
The government is funding.
which
a
is
significant
still, $620 a person to make sure we're getting this incredible service. To me, just sounds quite superb, really. So it'd be good to get more out of government, whatever. But
You would need to also add to that cost the portion that the Lakes District Air Rescue Trust is funding. So the
Yes.
yeah.
both those. But yeah, no, well done. Thank you very much. That's confirmed it to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? Councillor McCall.
Thank you, Chair. I probably don't have a question, but same as last year, Stephen, thanks very much for coming in. Ross and Vivian, it's excellent coming from regional Otago. The service that you provide gives the people of regional Otago the confidence to live in the regions and to actually partake and to run their businesses in the regions, and with the pressures on regional healthcare services, we can't underestimate the how your organisations, the mana that your organisation has in the region. So thank you very much, and it is a truly regional effort. So well done.
Thanks,
Thank
Councillor
you.
McCall. Yeah. I just want to say as well on behalf of the council, you had it up there that this is a world-class service supported by our community, and that sums it up really. That's pretty fantastic. We're certainly incredibly proud to be able to support this highly valued service that is on behalf of the people of Otago. That's a pretty amazing opportunity for us all. It's a service that speaks for itself, you mentioned, which is pretty lucky really, because most people that you speak to have been personally connected to the service, and it's very hard in that instance to put into words the impact of the helicopter and all the people involved. It's fortunate that it speaks for itself as a service because it's something that's crucially important to our people. And when we think of the helicopters or the helicopter trust, we think of the helicopter, but actually it's far, far more than that. As a service, it's about the people behind that. The specialists like you here today as well, the medical professionals, the pilots, the logistics people, the administrative people, all the people that come together, and the volunteers that come together to form the trust, and the trustees as well, a huge commitment. So a massive team, and if we can be a small part of that team in supporting the trust, I think we all agree that that's incredibly valuable. So yeah, big thanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
All right, I'll leave you to it. Good luck.
Thank you.
Can we turn these buttons on?
Just go away from the light.
Okay.
See ya.
Thank you very much. On to our next annual report, which is the Otago Catchment Community. Welcome. Craig Simpson is coming forward. And Hannah. Just use that. Hey, we're all ready to go.
Ready to go?
Yeah.
My name's Craig Simpson with the Otago Catchment Community, and I'm the regional lead. Have been in the role since 1st of August.
And
Right hand side.
I'm Hannah Stalker, and I'm the chair of the Otago Catchment Community.
Yeah, so we're just here to report on some of the work that we've been doing over the past year. So I've just got a handful of slides really. Throughout Otago, we are now supporting 26 catchment groups, and there's a number of subgroups under a lot of those groups. So for instance, in the Otago South area, down the bottom of your the map there, you'll see there's 7 actually catchment groups underneath that. So we're just classifying Otago South as one. That makes sense. There's numerous members of all of those groups. We have now 6 urban catchment groups and 20 rural groups that we're supporting through Otago. So just thinking a little bit about what the OCC has been doing throughout the year, and what does support mean, I suppose. One of the ways that we support groups is by running workshops. So we've run 13 direction setting workshops, so they'll be establishing values or visions and work plans. We've done 10 capability building workshops, looking at expanding the capability within the catchment groups. And then we held our annual catchment group forum, where everyone kind of comes together and shares ideas and learnings from throughout the year. We provide funding support for coordination, administration, and facilitation directly to 13 groups in this past year. And you can see the figure on the screen there, which just enables the groups to continue their good work and operating effectively. And we provided funding to 22 projects. So they ranged from a number of planting projects. There was a drone trial to kind of control pest plants. There was installation of a couple of wetlands, several sediment traps. There was a wetland construction workshop, and there was numerous SHMAT kits, which is a stream health monitoring assessment kits, that we provided through that funding. And then just to talk a little bit about how we've kind of grown, and thank you to the council. We now have a full-time Central Otago coordinator, Nicole Sutton, who's just begun in the 1st of September. And now Sam Dixon, who is kind of trying to cover the role of the regional coordinator, which is some of the role that I'll be doing, as well as on the ground stuff. He's now concentrating on working with the catchment groups throughout the coastal area of Otago. So they're broken down there, as you can see, into the green and blue. It's just a rough depiction of where they're working. So opportunities coming up. We planning to work closer with the catchment team at the regional council, and I've been having monthly meetings with PIP, and so that's going really well. I'm looking forward to doing that. Through our full-time coordinators and with my role moving more into kind of the reporting and this, the liaising with our funders, we can increase our support to catchment groups, which is going to be really good going forward. We're also working to secure some funding through the Y Connection program. I'm not sure if you're familiar with that, but that would further enable support to be filtered down to catchment groups through Otago, and it'll kind of supplement what we're doing, but enable some more on the ground action ultimately, which will be really good. And then we're going to just be working on improving our reporting so it's a bit more transparent for people. And so you can kind of check in regularly and see what we've been up to through our Power BI work. So just a big thank you to our funders. Obviously here today to thank the Otago Regional Council, and it's we're gratefully received, and we're doing some excellent mahi. So I'd like to thank you for that. And then we also are funded from MPI's Agriculture and Investment Services team. And that's it for us. Have we got any questions?
So much fantastic work summed up so quickly. Well done. Yeah, amazing. Are there any questions from our team? We have got Councillor Lords first, then Councillor Moon.
Is there a written part of this presentation?
Yes, there is.
Where is it?
We do have a copy of the annual report and that will be circulated to councillors and uploaded to Diligent.
Okay. And the second question is the funding that you've just talked about. What is your total budget and what's your proportion of funding? I don't know. So what is it? Probably you've got, given that we haven't got the documents.
Oh, yes. The funding so the total funding?
Yeah.
The
last financial year.
Dig out the numbers, sorry. I've got it right here. So we've had funding of 630,000. Of that, Otago Regional Council provided close to 430 and MPI 200. And then, as we said before, the direct group funding 172 was it? Yes. And the catchment group funding was 91 approximately. So the project funding, excuse me. Yeah.
From
Out of our.
You gave out.
Yeah. So
you gave out.
Yeah, that we gave out.
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
Out the support.
But
So total 630.
30,000 of your income.
Just under.
And so roughly 2/3 of that comes from the IRC and a third from the MPI, which leads you to the next question, which is, so I'm assuming the IRC have put that funding in their long-term plan for this financial year, yeah?
Plus some additional funding, which was a decision that was taken there was some committed funding from 2 years ago that was available, and there was a proposal put forward to invest in effectively the regional coordinator role to provide more. So that's gone in for the next 3 years through the long-term plan.
So how much is that, Richard?
An extra 130 a year.
138, I think.
On top of the 430.
Plus 130 PA.
Yeah.
Which then leads to there's a lot of cost cutting going on in the central government sector. So given that you've got that commitment in the long-term plan for the next 3 years from the IRC, what is the MPI funding looking like? And what is its surety for the next 3 years?
Well, we've just got a new contract with MPI, and it was for the last financial year was 200,000. They've cut that to 150 per annum, and I think the contract is for the next 2 years.
So 150 PA. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Noon.
Thank you. Thanks, Anna and Craig. You talked about a capability workshop. I think, could you just give me an example of, just want to understand whether that's building the numbers people, or is it more than that?
Examples of the workshops were a communication plan workshop, facilitation workshop, so training people, the catchment group leads and coordinators on facilitation training, that type of thing. Yeah.
And the second query I had is sort of along the lines of Councillor Law's asked is establishment of your position. Part of that, I imagine, is to ensure sustainable funding going forward, because maintain the gains, and also you've just given the example of the 50k less in the contract from MPI, was it?
With MPI, yes.
Yeah. So that's part of the establishment of your position, I imagine. So hopefully we'll build sustainability in that finance space.
Yes, and it's also just a bit of direction and making sure that we've got kind of adequate support for the groups. So just ensuring that we can be on the ground more. Sam and Nicole's role.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I'd just to add to that, like obviously we've had a bit of a cut in our funding from MPI, and that's also the same for quite a lot of the groups that we support. So yeah, we do foresee that there will be a gap in the market that we can hopefully help those groups out.
And that's kind of part of the reason why we're pursuing the Y Connection funding. It's just it's on offer for the next, it's only for 9 months, but still we can do some good work with that.
Councillor Malcolm.
Oh, yeah. Thanks for your work. Hey, other than funding, what seems to be your biggest hurdles to get action going at the moment?
I could probably answer that, but on the farmer side of things, I guess it's the headspace that farmers are currently in at the moment is that they're struggling to make ends meet on farm, and then obviously sometimes those environmental gains are the next step in the ladder. But that's why we really want to support our groups to keep running, because even if they can just keep some business as usual in the background, at least it's sitting there and it will keep that focus there. And then when farmers are able to, they can tap back into that as well.
Excellent, thank you.
Just on that then, do you see a strength for catchment groups and sort of community social capacity, you know, to bring people together and provide strength, I suppose, for social cohesion, all that stuff through the good and the bad? Is there a stronger role than just putting trees in the ground, as a lot of people, you know, leap to in their heads?
Yeah, yes, definitely. We've seen it around a few of our groups in the last couple of years where they've actually just put, like the Mr. Whippy vans were a great one that went around South Otago that just got people off farm and just got them talking. And then we had another one in East Otago recently where it was sort of more of a get off farm event. But the catchment group from that said we've got about 10 new leads that actually are keen to come along to some of our catchment events. So yeah, it is, even particularly in these tough times, sometimes that just getting off farm and having a conversation, and then it can lead to actually on the ground action that you wouldn't think it would, but it does.
Thank you. Councillor Mepham.
Yes, thank you. Just, I hope you don't mind me just drilling into these finances a bit more. So you've got 630k of funding, and you've provided funding support of 172,000. The difference is 458,000. Is that series and overheads? So that's one question. The other one is that 172k is, I mean, do you expect to actually provide more funding support than that, or is that what you're sort of aiming for?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So we provided 172,000 through our direct group funding, and that's for coordination, administration, and facilitation support, so directly to groups. We also had a small project fund of where we gave 22 projects $91,000. On top of that, we had contractor fees of 200,000, and then event running costs, legal expenses, all this type of other support that, you know, you can see how it quickly ramps up.
Yeah.
Going forward, however, we were forecasting less money to be able to be given to project funds. So it was, our budget was originally 100,000 and we're dropping that to 45. However, with this Y Connection funding that I talked about, we're going to be able to increase that. So, which is going to be really good because it will enable more environmental projects to be undertaken actually on the ground works, which is ultimately what we want to see. Yeah.
Right.
Hopefully that kind of answers the...
Yeah, so the 91,000 is additional to the 172. So yes, we add those together. Oh, that's great. Thank you.
Thanks. We probably need to keep moving as well. Just yeah, we've got a number of presentations, but I think we've answered the questions today. But yeah, just as well wanted to offer our huge thanks for the work that you're doing. Hannah, thanks for coming along today and for your leadership as well. I know there's a lot on for you, no doubt as well, in all the other parts of your life. So thanks for the volunteer work that you do. And Craig for taking on a leadership role as well. It's great to have your skills with OCC. And yeah, just to be able to see there some of the impacts that you are having throughout Otago. So all types of communities and all types of people getting involved, which is fantastic. And even through the hard times, people are getting involved, and we really, you know, say well done to people that are making time to do that in their lives. And good to hear that it's having an impact as well in some of the positivity as well that is hard to find during those tough times. So thanks for keeping up your positive energy. That's so important. Creating those synergies by bringing people together, the facilitation efforts just to support people to build their skills as well, and then seeing the actions as well right across Otago, and we can visibly see those. So absolutely amazing, and yeah, looking forward to seeing where you go over the next year, and yeah, good luck with everything you got on the go. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. Right. Yes, I saw Grant. Hensman was there before. Well, he's still there. Just saw as he was smiling in on at us before. So Grant, you're going to be next on annual report on the Wakatipu Wild and Conifer Control Group. Yep, there you are. Welcome along.
Thank you.
We are in your hands. Thank you for waiting.
No problem. Reporting on the last year's work on page 7 of our report in the pie graph, I'll just briefly run through that before I start the slides. Contracts and consultants you contributed to, the actual spend that we spent on that part of our work was 250K. The volunteer program, we had 5,000 hours of volunteer time given. If we valued that at the contract rate, which is $65 an hour, that's about $300,000 worth of volunteer time. The communications and media portion of our work, that gets those volunteers and helps to lobby government, and I'll touch on that on one of the slides. The education and advocacy part, that is the future taxpayers and the public buy-in, which is very, very important in our job. Without the social licence, we cannot do the job we are doing. Projects and plans, I think, speaks for themselves. I would say that being ready managed to put us in a position this year whereby when the government used some IVL, which is the International Visitor Levy funding, we were in a position to put our hands up and had a program ready to go for that. That because we had it all planned out, and we got a grant, one-off grant through DOC of 700,000 to help in that area. And the other, of course, are expenses and bits and pieces that I'm sure you're all familiar with in any organisation of this size. If I could ask for the slides to go up, and we would start with the slide 1, which is a couple of shots of skippers, so before and after. We've got those up.
We're just working on that. Thank you.
Yep. I'll just wait a moment because I think
we're on it. Hopefully that's going to work. Oh yeah, there we go.
Just a quick note, councillors, we think that some of the papers that Grant's just been referring to in Diligent haven't uploaded. So there's a heading slide. So we'll just make sure that they're thereafter to refer to. Just a note on that. Sorry, Grant, carry on.
No problem. So this is the shot of a valley, pretty obviously 2010, 2024, showing some of the work we've done on a landscape scale program. 15 years we've been working in that area. The first boom spray was 2010. It's been a great success, and we celebrated it this year because we are now in a position of maintenance only. When I say maintenance only, there are no seeding trees that we are aware of. And I say aware of, I have no doubt there will be the odd seeding tree that we haven't spotted yet. From Arthur's Point up in that whole catchment. That catchment was in danger of being lost. The trees that you see there are only the tip of the iceberg. The wilding spread was right up to the very tops. But that maintenance figure is coming back now. And by way of some anecdotal evidence, I have a place up there. 2007, we used to go around the terrace and pull the seedlings off to keep the top of one of those terraces free. 82 trees and increasing. Last year, we went round and looked really, really hard, could only find 3. And that gives you an idea of the diminishing both cost and scale of the maintenance because we're winning. Could I take the next slide? So once again, this is showing skippers and showing what would have become a forest. That's the shot looking from the settle down on the left. Those are the Otago colours, gold and blue. I note that the Otago colours aren't green and blue. Next slide, please. Roaring Meg, you're probably all familiar with that. When we did that back in 2014, it was quite controversial, really, really good. We put a head above the parapets. We sprayed the whole area. Not everybody was on board. We got a lot of letters to the paper, got a lot of phone calls, got some negative comments. All that noise has gone away. And I think that's very relevant to what we do. Yes, there is change initially, but if we hadn't sprayed that out, the new cycle trail that is going down the far side of the river would have been a trail completely through a forest all the way, without that spectacular scenery, which we all love about Otago. Now there is no noise. The trees are melting away. The maintenance is very, very much tapering off. And it's a prime example of what can be done, again, on a landscape scale, if you get in and do the job. Next slide, please. This is the Arrowtown, behind Arrowtown. The Arrowtown Village Association, or the Arrowtown Choppers, has taken on this project. They had the social license from the Arrowtown community to do it. We support it. We both financially and with mythology and advice, and of course, and they have removed out of the autumn colours along the back all the large wilding trees. There is follow-up work to be done. Interestingly enough, this battle could never have been won if the QLDC didn't remove the Arrowtown forest at some cost, I might add. And what you don't see is that seed rain, which was going all up the Crown faces and the Arrow River and right back into the Soho properties, which is the properties and the QE2 reserve that Mutt Lang has generously designated in there. I noticed the other day in the paper there were blue ducks found in the river there, and or sighted in the river rather. I think all of that would have gone downhill if we didn't get rid of that Arrowtown forest and the Arrowtown group do that work. Next slide, please. Coronet faces. I think this one really does speak for itself. You can see where it was and where it is now. Once again, just a matter of persistently going back and doing that work. Also, of course, affects the water yield, what's going into Lake Hayes, which I know you're aware of, spreading over Dewar. These areas, once again, we take for granted only because we're doing the work and preserving that landscape. Next slide. Advocacy, very important part of what we do. Probably our biggest success is the social license that we have. I would suggest to you, some years ago, we wanted to spray behind Queenstown. We went in front of the people at Fern Hill. Would be fair to say we got a few objections. Some people wanted to move out during spraying. Others got some anonymous cartoons, etc., etc. Nowadays, we don't get that noise. And to spray trees behind Queenstown, as you will see when you come here, and for people to accept that, no, nobody likes a dead tree over a live tree, but they know why we're doing it. And we were lucky enough to host the national program group here in Queenstown and keep raising that awareness, both locally and nationally. Next slide. This gives you an idea of what's happening. This slide's taken this year. This is the Remarkables, just off the Remarkable Ski Field Road, Stony Creek. You can see the trees in there. You can see what's happening. The whole of the Remarkables really would be drastically changed by now if we hadn't done this work, and will be if we don't keep up the maintenance. There are pockets like this decreasing because we're getting rid of the seed sources. But importantly, you need to maintain. If you don't, those trees in a short time will seed, and then you go backwards. If you don't keep the maintenance up, an independent report done by Boffa-Miskell from a dome shows the backward cost is 30% compounding per year. Still work to be done. And interesting, the beech forest you see in the background there would be lost. It would be smothered out by those Oregons in time, because Oregon is the tallest dominating species. 2 more slides. The next one. This, Remarkables. Once again, as I said, since 2016, 95,000 odd trees taken off there. We can show you the GPS dots because when they spray them from the helicopter or the ground crews do it, they do take a GPS shot. So that is not a figure, even though it's a round figure, it's not plucked out of the air. And the last slide, if I could, please. Cecil Peak, 38,000 trees. So the interesting thing here is, and the point I'd like to make, is there hasn't been a seed source over on Cecil Peak or the Bayonets Walter Peak since 2016. And yet every year we have to do work over there. So the farmer is contributing, but he actually hasn't got the problem. The problem comes across the lake from the seed sources on this side, and we know that because that is the prevailing wind, and a lot of those trees are Corsican, and the nearest source of Corsican is around Bob's Cove and that area. Very much like what's happening at Twizel when you see it. It's bailing a boat. If we don't get rid of the seed sources, ultimately I don't think we will win. And I'm not naive enough to say all seed sources, but just the ones that are in the wrong place. Otherwise, we're just going to get tired. Why would you bail a boat for 100 years if you could fix the leak? I'd like to finish the presentation just with a couple of comments. ORCV has come on board. Thank you. But the rate is 1/3 of a cup of coffee, basically, at the moment. MPI funding has dropped off significantly. It's below maintenance levels, and you can rest assured both our group and every other group in the country along the Wild and Vine Network is lobbying very hard to have that turned around. The only secure sources we have at the moment of funding, we'd like to think is secure, is ORC, QLEC and Skyline. They contributed 600,000 last year, which we managed to leverage up to 2 million. We have invested 26 million in the Wakata Basin over the last 15 years, and to maintain, and we are winning, but that won't continue with the drop-off in funding. We have to find more funding to maintain the gains that we've made, get rid of the seed sources, so ultimately that maintenance figure drops off. If we don't, what happens to hydro generation, irrigation, fire risk, recreation, tourism, ecological benefits, and cultural? It's completely changed. And I would suggest that that is not what any of us would want or desire. The one good thing about wilding tree problem is that they have a real Achilles heel. They are easily to identify prior to seeding, and the seed doesn't stay viable like broom and gorse in the ground for years and years. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Grant. Any questions from councillors? Councillor Laws.
I'm just interested in when you spray, and I guess the Rory Meg's a really good example of that. what happens to the trees? Do they eventually fall over?
And melt away is effectively what happens in skippers, and that the tops come out, the branches come, the needles fall off, the branches come off, the tops rot and come down, and they melt away, and eventually they disappear. It's a quiet process that takes 20 years.
Okay, thank you.
Really interesting that you're getting back to maintenance only levels. At what stage do you hand it back to the property owners and say
that's a very good question. The national program, MPI program, definitely has that on the horizon. We've approached our first property owner here to do that. We've said we're in a position where you should have it handed back. They're considering that, and that is because they don't have seed sources close to them. It's a difficult one. If you took Ben Lomond Station, and I'll use that as an example, behind Queenstown, they have a drowned in seed every year. The cost of maintaining that station, I would suggest to you, is far more than they'll ever make out of farming. So is it fair to hand that station back when they have that sort of seed run versus a station that has no seeding sources for 10 kilometres? It's a variable thing, and it's something we're working through.
So just further to that, what's your legal status or legal ability to get rid of the seed source?
Limited, very limited. There is the regional rule of 200 metres from a plantation if somebody puts a plantation in. And there is all to maintain spread across the boundary, but there is also some species that you cannot plant. The QLDC were very proactive about that. I think it's about 18 years ago, and you cannot plant wildlife species here, being Oregon or Corsican, Scots, etc., without a resource consent, and you're very unlikely to get that. So that in our basin or in the Waka district, that doesn't apply to the wider Otago.
And further to that again, sorry. So have you defined? So have you been able to define the seed sources?
Yes, we're shrinking. We're shrinking back. We've got all the low-hanging fruit as such in the wider area. The bigger areas, the wider stations, Shotover Valley, and that. Of course, the main seed sources left is Queenstown Hill, which we have a project that we'd like to change that. We're working with the QLDC to get the right consent and consultation through. We have to change Queenstown Hill, and we will eventually have to change Bob's Peak. I suggest to you to ultimately win. Otherwise, you're bailing that boat forever.
Thanks very much.
Councillor Scott.
Yeah, cool. Hey, thanks for your work, Grant. You referred to the blue and gold, in the tussock. It looked marvellous. But is there ever the situation where it's the natural state wasn't tussock, like native trees? I see some natives in some of the gullies and some of your photos. Is there ever any consideration of, wow, we've got rid of the wildings, there's actually scope for somebody to do a native plant push here, or I'm
yes.
asking the wrong question, but it interests me.
Yes, I would point out two things. One is if you looked at the remnants of native beech up on Queenstown Hill, at Skippers and other places, unfortunately the Oregon is a little shade tolerant and will grow up through that beech and smother it out in time. For every in the wider area, if you looked at it, for every wilding tree you remove out of that tussock country, you're effectively planting 16 or 20 square metres of natives because they won't be killed. And yes, we encourage, to answer your question, yes, we encourage and work with the Reforestation Trust and a number of groups in this area. We don't do that ourselves because, put simply, we don't have the budget.
No, that's cool. Thank you for answering that. Thank you.
Any other questions? appears not to be. So yeah, Grant, just huge dedication from you yourself. So a massive thank you for that, but also to all of your team, the volunteers there. You've added up to around 300K over last year, which is fantastic. You've managed to attract funding in a climate that's difficult to achieve that, which is amazing. And have highlighted there a number of landscape scale projects which have coming to their conclusion even. So you've come to success, which is amazing as well on the scale that you've achieved there. So I think we all agree that wilding trees are something that significantly impacts a number of areas that we highly value in Otago, yeah, from biodiversity right through to the economic impacts as well that you've outlined there. So yeah, massive thank you from us, and hear your message as well around just the uncertainty in this funding space at the moment. So thank you for highlighting that to us as well.
No problem. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark.
Okay. Next presentation then is also on wilding conifers, and we're up to Central Otago, and I can see we've got Pete there, and yeah, just Pete today, I think, representing them. Over to you.
Kia ora koutou, thank you. Have you got my slides there?
Yeah.
Somewhere?
They're just coming up now.
Cool. Righty. While we wait for that to get big, thanks, Grant. Great to hear what you guys are up to. Sounds like you've had good successes. Right, so I'm going to tell you what we've done. Firstly, thank you for the funding that you give us from ORC. It is very highly valued, and we need it desperately. So, cool. I'm going to tell you what we've done. I'm going to tell you about an emerging issue, and then I'm going to tell you about big picture and where we're at. So can we go to next slide, please? Yeah, next slide. Sorry. Cool. Okay, so that is our control budget. It's quite small. So we had MPI, we had that from the start of the year. Then we had the 160 extra, 7 million nationwide from the IVL. That takes a bit of adaptation. So sorry, could we go back, please? I'll just go next slide when it's next slide, if that's right. Then we got cash and landowners contribution. Then yep, so we spent all that, and we, yeah, tiny surplus there. Okay, next slide. Okay, now this is the non-control budget. This is things like management, comms, bookkeeping, herbicides, stuff like that. So that's the OIC funds there that basically all went on management. Now it's important to note that we no longer have any LINS funding going forward. We had a little bit of surplus left over from last year. That's all been, we base this year's budget off that. So those budgets have been adjusted. Can we go back, please?
Yeah, sorry, Grant.
Cool. Okay, when you go back to the other slide, this is gonna, I've got a lot to get through here, so we might just stay there. Yeah, so anyway, okay, so what we did with the control budget is 13 projects, 6,000 hectares, and 111,000 trees controlled. Okay, next slide. Cool. So critical projects we did was Logan Burn Reservoir. So in a nutshell, in the Styx Valley there, those little white dots are mature contorta shelter belts, and they are spreading seed up onto the Rock and Pillar Range. You can see the inset map there with the red square that's showing you where we are, if you're not familiar. So that's previous control, the red dots, it's flowing up through those valleys. So when I first looked at the area, so I've just been in the job about 18 months now, so I had a look at the area. It's like we need to attack that seed source. Otherwise, it doesn't make any sense continuing forever to just do maintenance on that Logan Burn area. So next slide. Okay, so that is the work we did there this year. So that's a combination. The big area is the ground control work. We did some drone surveying and some control work, testing the drone tech, and then we did a volunteer day. The little red lines top left are contorted shuttle belts that we have taken out. So a considerable amount of work has gone with working with the landowners there to get them all on board. All landowners in that area with contorted shuttle belts are now on board with the transition plan to remove all the shuttle belts over time. It's going to take maybe a decade, but everyone's on board. Okay, so that is some of the contorted up on the tops there. We found that they were just starting to cone. The cones hadn't opened. We did an emergency, go back please. Oh, anyway, okay. So though on the right is one of the shuttle belts we're taking out this year. Okay, next slide, please. I can share my screen if that's easier, and I can click through a lot faster.
Sorry, yeah, we've just got a bit of a issue happening. It would be really helpful if you could share your screen.
Yeah, totally. Let's do that.
Yeah.
Okay.
It would help you, no doubt, too.
Yeah. Okay, just
Yeah.
make sure this. Press start. So you should be able to see a map now. Can you?
No.
Just a beanie and a pair of glasses.
It just takes a wee while.
Okay. What about now? You got it?
Yeah, got it. Yeah.
Cool.
Got it.
Okay, next slide. Cool. I'm just gonna flick through to where we're at. So we're about here. So this is the next critical. This examples of critical projects. This one here, making a long-term strategy with this landowner to reduce the major seed source that's in Bathans there, and control the maintenance that's needing to be done. So they logged a massive area, working with them to transition that area into densifying that into developed pasture areas so we can eat away at that seed source over time. Okay, that's some of the control work we did this year there. Okay, and that's trees on the ground turning brown. Okay, so now there's another critical area in Naseby. So there's a combination of boom spray, ground control work, volunteer days, and a lot of work now from the landowner. So we have a strategy now going forward. So this is the battle line between Naseby Forest and Otago Conservation Area. You can just see the green at the top of the area there. So this is a real critical area. We've got to keep this area clean and move that battle line back to Naseby Forest. Right. Okay. Another bit we're working hard on is consolidating our knowledge base to get it at our fingertips to make better decisions and effective work going forward. So this, talking about native areas earlier, this is Totara Forest regenerating up in the Dunstans, and this is a control tree done a few years back, and there's some maintenance needing to be done in that forest. So yes, we have wilding Totara regeneration happening in Central Otago, and a lot of it you just can't see it from when you drive around. Okay, another focus has been long-term strategies, setting up whole areas for success over a long term going forward, and working with the landowners. We've been doing a lot of that. That's in the sticks. That's Dunstan Burn just before we started working with how we're going to do that. And that is Naseby with the landowner there, figuring out how to protect the hill country just before the Otago Conservation Area. Okay. And a big focus this year in the face of very little funding is value add for the landowners. So traditionally, all we've been doing in the past is funding assistance to those landowners and the contributions from them. But now we're doing these other 5. Breaking down the problem into swallowable portions for them, building a strategy, a path to success that they can buy into, choosing the right control methods, which is efficient for them, lending tools and sometimes buying herbicide for them, and then organizing volunteer days. So huge challenge for the landowners is they are time poor, cash poor. We take the decisions out of it for them about, they know that they're taking the best, most efficient action, and then they jump to it. So this is an example here. This is one landowner. I spent an hour with him on the hill cutting trees. 2 weeks later, he reported back to me that he'd cut out all of the contorta on his place, and he was wilding free. These guys here have been doing great work as well, and so too here on the Logan Burn. On the Logan Burn, we have all of the landowners there buying in to cut out their own trees. Saves us a lot of resource. This guy here, in 22-23, we had a lot more budget. We controlled dense contorta into, big contorta infestation to dense areas to boom spray later. We didn't have the funding. We told him the method, the herbicide, stuff like that. He went ahead and did it himself. And there's him and his land manager cutting out the stragglers. We also collaborate with government agencies like DOC. They're not officially part of our governance anymore, but we work with the guys on the ground and we talk about what's where, and quite often they go out and cut things out for us and save us a lot of resource. And people like CODC Roading Crew as well, we work with them closely as well. We're scaling up on volunteer days. You hear how Whakatipu is getting some really good bang for buck out of theirs. We aspire to get there too. We're just scaling up at the moment. We've done 3 in 23, 24, and we've got big ambitions. Yeah. So this is another focus is managing on trying to get out some key seed sources. This is the Homestead Campground Ponderosa Plantation on the Hawkton Runs Road. So working with Doc closely about, figuring out what the real value is of that plantation. And we've established there is no heritage value in that. It was just a plantation and the perimeter was left. So now there are plans afoot for Doc to remove that. So that'll save us a lot of control costs going forward. And same too with the removal of contorta seed sources and the sticks, full buy-in from landowners there. So our national program budget, we're not allowed to use it on initial work at the moment. It's supposed to be maintenance only, but we use our management funding to try and get those projects over the line. So restoration partners are totally key. Te Aki Mana Toto, they gave the landowners the transition alternative from contorta into native shelter belt alternatives. And they gave us the access to the landowners and that relationship building. That's been really key. We're also working with Mokihi Restoration Group in Cromwell on a project there for restoring after we take out the pines. Public communication is a huge focus for us. We think that the public don't really understand yet what's at stake. My slides seem to be cruising through faster than I'm talking. We need them to understand. If they understood what they stand to lose, I think they would be jumping up and down a lot higher. Okay, this is the emerging issue I want to talk to you about. Douglas fir plantation spread. This is really scaring me when I drive around the district over the last 2 years. I'm going to show you a quick video. I'll fast forward to about halfway through. This is on the pig route from Ranfurly to Palmerston in the Shag River on the edge of a Douglas fir plantation. This is all wilding spread. This needs to be jumping ahead. Anyway, so that's kind of what we're looking at. This is the sort of spread we're seeing out of Douglas fir forest.
I'll be able to have carbon forest.
Yep.
Exactly.
Cheap.
Yeah. Where we going?
Yep. So anyway, you get the idea. So this is that forest. It is spread on all 4 sides in every direction. And there's confirmed spread a kilometre away on the edge of the highway. And there's a lot of spread. Forest manager is doing some work cleaning up spread on other people's property on 3 of those 4 sides, or 2 of those 4 sides. And I've alluded to the Shag River there, which is down that northeastern edge, and on the northwest edge as well. There's prolific spread. Here's another example down. There's a Matura forest down near Kingston. Now, this is just outside Otago boundary, but it's spreading about 10 kilometres into Otago. So we manage the Nevis area there. That is pretty much entirely clean from work done in the past. But now we're seeing emerge of a new issue flying in from the forestry, and it's going to come over that. Well, some of the landowners tell me it's already over that ridge into this valley. And that's not going to stop anytime soon. That's going to get much worse and compound. So I get a lot of this intel from hundreds of phone calls around landowners around the way. They send me images. This is one Douglas fir pulled out from way up on that ridge, looking way back at the forest in the distance there. They send me maps telling me about where they're finding this infestation. I file all this. I try to keep all that data at fingertips. So there is this is down at the Glendoo near Lawrence now, this big forest here. So the landowner here has registered this as native in ETS. So really locking that up for native in the emissions trading scheme, yet he's getting severely infested beyond his capacity to control from the Douglas fir forestry there. His question to me was, when they cone, is he liable for that spread then onto his neighbour, his next neighbour? And with rule changes, he may be in the future. So anyway, these dock areas around here have been abandoned. I'm going to go back to that slide. They have been abandoned there because there just is no reasonable amount of resource that can save them from the forestry that surrounds it. This whole area down here as well, that dock area there, has all been also abandoned. The battle line has moved way further north, where it's viable to actually achieve. This is one of those abandoned areas. There's lush native beech forest in here, regenerating Kanuka and Manuka. This was taken in 2020. This will be, there's Douglas fir seedlings all through this. You can sort of see, well, on my screen I can anyway. This is all going to be lost to the forest, to the Douglas fir. There's no way of saving that right now. And they're finding consistent spread out to 4 kilometres, distant spread out to 10 kilometres going north into conservation area. That's intel from the dock rangers on the ground there. Now, this is near Teviot, just east of Lake Onslow. We've got 2.2 kilometre spread from this Douglas fir forest, and we haven't been looking. This is just reported to me from local helicopter pilots telling me what they're finding. Where it's well known, the peripheral spread on this forest that's close in. There's some work done by the forest managers, but I think we'll find it's going a hell of a lot further. We just haven't seen it yet. So here's a bit of example.
For a start, there was just, sprinkles every now and then. But over the last couple of years, she's just really taken off, and it's just bloody, they're everywhere. Yeah, definitely it'll take a toll. Won't be able to run the same stock units up here, and it's going to be quite a cost. Yep.
Just the emergence of the wilding pines that are starting to appear. We've owned the property for 7 years, and when we came, they weren't obvious, and now they are. So in the future, they're going to be bigger. And at the moment, our cattle we graze up in this area tend to be keeping them at a level, but every time we come up here, there tends to be a bit more.
There's a pretty healthy spread of these wilding conifers, and they've, in the last couple of years, they've absolutely taken off. And looking from a distance, you wouldn't think it's too much of a major, but when you actually see them, they're just taken over, and this is pretty unique landscape, and it's pretty heartbreaking to think that in the next very short while that this will end up just completely covered in uncontrollable trees and basically be lost for future generations forever. Financially, it's an extreme devaluation of your land. It's viewed as a pest weed. So, and eventually it takes out your grazing stock. Don't eat them, and for future generations, it's gone. So, this is, like I say, Central Otago's unique landscape, and it deserves better. There's only so much resources a farmer can pull on, and things are tough. And this is just another heartbreak. Really, this really is heartbreaking.
So that's just an idea of the effect.
For a start, there was just sprinkle
out there on landowners to see what they're dealing with, and this is what distant spread turns into. Oh, sorry. This is what distant spread turns into. As Grant put it, average rate compounds 30% per annum. It's a hell of an interest rate if you're trying to pay that down. So a 10,000 K cost job turns into 100K in less than 10 years. Okay, big picture, where we at? So the situation, 10 years of CWG started in 2014. We're a bit younger than WCG. It's bought some time, brought trees off the vulnerable big landscapes. We're in a better position than most districts, considering what we've got currently, but we're a hell of a lot more to lose if we don't win. So most of our area is extremely vulnerable to wilding conifers and the effects that go with them. So most areas have had some control but lack the maintenance. Drop in funding means we've got 34 deferred maintenance projects which will not be done. They're at risk of coning. Our budget has been halved 2 years in a row. We're down to roughly a quarter of what we had. That previous funding was somewhat adequate. we're way down below adequate levels now. You've seen the effect of the Douglas fir plantations, which are really starting to take off now. We have no capacity to battle that. Public awareness is increasing, but not yet at critical mass. I feel like people don't quite understand what's at stake. Are we going to succeed? Well, our grassroots efforts this year have bought some time. Douglas fir plantation spread is way beyond our capacity. Other challenges we can address over time. Funding is very urgent, though, and without significant increase in baseline funding, significant increase in management resources, significant increase in responsibility taken by the exacerbators, we're going to see second and third generation on a massive scale. It's going to compound very quickly and skyrocket out of reach. So we're sitting about there in our region. So are we going to succeed? Current tracking without some change is no. And we will not be able to get it back. Focus for 24-25. Value adds for landowners, that's really working, getting a lot of buying, getting a lot of work done by the landowners doing their own control. Comms, getting people to understand what's at stake. Partnerships is working really well. Partnerships with people like Ben Teal, who's doing a doctorate in what the Central Otago forest cover was pre-human, understanding what it could be, what it was, what it could go back to, and focusing on can do, how can we help, what do you need in these partnerships, all mucking in together, trying to get it done, everybody involved. Long-term strategy, specific areas is working really well. So, and trying to push for more funding and importantly, preparing for when it comes so we can spend it efficiently and effectively. Okay. Challenges, you've heard about funding. As Grant put it, we've done the low-hanging fruit of the projects. Now we're into the hard yards. The projects are getting more complex, more resource to manage. So increase in project follow-up, monitoring, support, and communication. That means when we finish a project, we're getting a lot of value out of just a little bit of support, communicating and monitoring those projects, those landowners, and telling them how to keep it clean. So we want to do that. But as we finish more and more projects, we've got more support, communication, monitoring to do. Management funding capacity is effectively reducing. It's been the same figure for a number of years. Our costs and inflation are going up. So it's effectively reducing. So a lot of pressure there. Some landowners not accepting help will contribute. So we've got big areas of infestations that are spreading prolifically. You can see that from Alexandra. Lack of responsibility taken by exacerbators. That speaks for itself. Emerging seed sources. Such as Douglas fir. You've seen that. Distant spread risk. Really not adequately recognised. This is a huge threat. Yet exacerbators are generally not recognizing it. What do we need? We need people to really understand what's at stake. So I would love to take any one of you out in the field at any time. Please get in contact. We need exacerbators to take full responsibility for shoving their rubbish over the fence and consistent, adequate baseline funding. We need that. And we need to increase management resources to set up a path to success. There's opportunities on the horizon. IVL, hopefully we get a slice of that pie. Gene editing is a very long-term thing. We're testing a bit of drone tech with a bit of success. And major seed sources approaching end of life. That's like shoulder belts are basically falling over that were planted back in like 70s. People are open to transitioning them into more appropriate species. Public awareness uptake increasing, not yet at critical mass though. And there are people considering exercising major legal action against big exacerbators. So watch that space. We could get some movement there. That's me, my contact. Probably running over time, but any questions?
Councillor Laws.
Yeah, I've got one. I've heard you say that you might need to make some better decisions around resources, that you're there to add value to landowners, that you're trying to work on major seed sources. And then I watch a decision you've made to ruin the Cromwell to Bannockburn cycle trail by your project now. Now, you're laughing, but it's no laughing matter. I'm struggling to see where the economic danger was from the particular project before you started and why you've ruined that trail of which there's a lot of community resentment and upset currently. There is certainly no economic value that's going to be added to landowners as a consequence of that project.
Okay, well, the vast majority of people who have contacted us are on the opposite side to you on that one. So I think you're coming from a place of opinion. We're coming from a place of consulting with the community. So
that's correct.
Sorry, I'll explain it. Can I explain it to you? They've put a bulldozer down to chop all the trees down, and the bulldozer's gone over the track and ruined the track. They've turned down all the trees, can I explain? Pulled them down when there is no economic danger or advantage to any of the surrounding countryside. And where there are no wilding pines in actual fact being created.
Is there a question around the threat caused by those species then? Yeah. We're not litigating that matter at the moment, but if you wanted to comment on it.
I would happily comment on that. Sorry, who am I speaking to?
Michael Laws, who lives in Cromwell.
Oh, hi, Michael. Look, we've spent over 100K pulling the pines off the cameos behind it. We proposed this project to Linz. They're directly funding it. They agreed with the project. We cannot spend that funding anywhere else. We've partnered with Mokihi. They are restoring and behind us the trees that were taken out. We consulted with the community to see what they wanted. There was track users and the residents all along there. We identified that they want to keep the shade and shelter from the dense, mature stands. So we took that feedback and we made a plan and we put that to the community. We're not going to always please everyone, including yourself, with everything that we do. The transition is a hard thing to swallow sometimes, but this is a long-term goal and we're going for transition to a better future. But it may not be your generation that sees it or mine, but this is generally wider consensus what the community wanted. I know there's some people there, but we're getting a lot of support for that.
This is just excessive zeal.
Right, okay, that's good. Councillor Malcolm and then Councillor Noon.
Yeah, just trying to get a wee bit more understanding and having sort of know the areas that you're talking about reasonably well. But so yeah, can I just talk, please, Mr. Thank you. Your Naseby Manitoba area, that they appear to come from historic plantings, i.e. Naseby forestry and probably in your shelter bouts, whereas the other stuff you've shown us down probably around Teviot, and I'm interested also other stuff further south is coming from major new plantations. So that's the new peril that you're seeing. Is that what I'm hearing you correctly?
Yeah. So there is well, yeah, you identified it quite right. So we've had our
so if I've got that right, can I just ask a question on that? So with the major Douglas ones, from my experience up around the Rangatata and that, where major Douglas plantations were put in, and they had planting, they had caveats over them from regional and district councils that they had to look after the wildings from it, and I think it was 25 kilometre in a 25 kilometre radius. So the forests that we're talking about, that you're talking, those new ones, not got that sort of restriction on them or planning around them?
I can't say for certain, but I am doing my best to work with those forest managers, and they are doing some good work, but only out to a very limited range. Nothing like the sort of range. We're talking like 100 metres, 200 metres.
Particular private landowners.
Well, I'm not. I'm just making a general comment. Is that are you aware of conditions around the sowing of those? I suppose of that afforestation.
No, I'm not really aware.
Thanks. Yeah, we're going to wrap up after Councillor Noon. Thank you.
Might help.
I just want to pass on congratulations, Pete, to the team, because we highlighted, I'm not familiar with all the sites, but the St Bathans one, for example, I've personally had my feet on the ground there, and that was a very, very difficult landowner, complicated ownership situation, etc. And yeah, I just think this is fantastic for you to be able to get some traction in some of these sites where it's been really, really difficult. The other one I want to congratulate you on is the work in the sticks, because I remember with the pest plan how we were challenged around the importance of shelter belts that were planted 50, 60, 80 years ago for they were shelter belts, and the ability to, I suppose, to get the landowners to think about removing those shelter belts and replacing them with natives was the risk of issues with prelam shearing and all that sort of thing. So well done. It's a fantastic outcome. Good work.
Well done, Councillor Noon. I was going to say exactly the same thing, actually, Pete, to you. You're a bit of a icon, actually, with reduced funding. You've, could you please just be respectful? There's been a lot of work going on in this area. And Pete, with less funding, you've been putting yourself there in a positive capacity, in a positive light. You're on a lot of social media and generating a lot of interest in the area. And as Councillor Noon said, we've got some historic areas where it's been difficult to get traction, and we're seeing it, and far out. That's awesome to be getting so much volunteer effort going in, and as we know, I think it's a 93 to 1 benefit to cost ratio. It could be higher than that in Otago. I've forgotten the exact figure, but for you to get that word out that investing in that effort before it gets to absolutely massive and uncontrollable is very important. And hearing the message around what we're going to lose if we don't manage to at least maintain the gains and hopefully go further. Councillor Forbes, I know that's what you wanted to say as well. We need to keep going with our day, but just a massive thanks to everyone involved. Thanks.
Thanks for your support.
Thank you.
Okay, we just need to adjourn for lunch, everyone. So I'm going to move that, and Gary's going to second that. All in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. We'll be back. How much more do you reckon we've got to go today? Yep, 1:45. We'll be back.
1:45.
Okay, we're underway, everybody. I understand we're off mute and we're now live, so welcome back into the agenda. We have actions there. I think that's the next part. Yep, actions are there. I don't think there's anything that's due at the moment, though. Did anyone have anything they particularly wanted to raise from them? No. Okay. We are on to 9.1 Chairperson's Report, which is a rundown summary of meetings that I've been to over the last wee while. I had written quite a full report and then lost it, which was very annoying. So there you have it. There's the list of meetings. And yeah, if there's any questions, but I guess a few there. I did take the opportunity to introduce myself to Rob Hewitt and Anna Nelson, departing and coming in chairs of Silverfern Farms, who are across the road from us, and say hi if they would like to come and give a presentation or interact in the future. We're open to that and just establishing a relationship myself as well there. So got that opportunity. Met with Cray 7 Executive Officer Chanel Gardner. Talked about our harbour plan that we're developing with DCC and Manawhenua and our approach to ICM at ORC, which is important when it's around mountains to the sea, and her relationship with the sea in terms of crayfish, but also fishing fleet as well. So that was just an intro as well. We've been through Te Korowai Council Mark Assessment recently, and many of you have been involved in that. So we'll look forward to seeing the results of that and getting some constructive feedback. Wairunaka, and you've had an update there circulated, I understand as well. CDEM, there's a link to the meeting as well, so all of those papers will be available. Same with Mayoral Forum. Mayoral Forum, yeah, has a lot of focus, I guess, on Three Waters and matters which are particularly important to the territorial authorities at the moment. We have met with Minister Simmons and Minister Macleay. There's some letters around that meeting as well that are appended, and we've had our extraordinary meeting on Friday as well, so a chance to discuss our response and that meeting as well. Land and Water Governance Group with a normal meeting there on progress, and that appears in the Chief Executive's report. We have a regular ORC NZTA catch up as well. And yeah, obviously, yeah, we didn't receive all the funding that we hoped we might to the south, and I know Councillor Wilson's more actively involved through Land Transport Committee as well. But yes, I guess that was just a reflection on what funding went where, and yeah, recognition of the environment that we're in at the moment and where the priorities are going. Great to have some additional funding going into Queenstown and buses, which is great. Predator free, yeah, just catch up with them as well, and looking to complete a couple of blocks out near the tidal head end of the peninsula, and they're making fantastic progress to being possum free out that end. So I've got an update there. And yeah, Deepwater Lakes Management Working Group meeting as well this week, making some really, really good progress through the technical advisory group, identifying research needs, and a paper will be coming to one of our committees this year. Yeah, December. So yeah, are there any questions? Councillor Laws?
Yes, Madam Chair, and it's in relation to the last letter that you wrote to the Honourable Penny Simmons and the Honourable Todd McClay on the 16th of September. That's the agenda item that I wish to address, please, if I may. As you know, on last Friday, we had a special extraordinary meeting of the council, which was headlined Update on Meeting with Ministers Simmons and McClay on the IRC's proposed land and water regional plan. And that included 6 bullet points as to the key messages or what was discussed in the meeting between yourselves, Mr. McCall, the iwi representative, Mr. Ellison, and the 2 ORC staff members, being the chief executive and I think Fleur, I'm sorry, I don't remember her surname, who was there as well representing the ORC. Subsequent to that meeting and those 6 bullet points, I wondered how accurate those bullet points were in discussing or in actual fact conveying the meeting that happened between the ministers and our ORC leadership, and had the opportunity to talk to somebody else who was in that meeting. And I just wanted to check that their clarification is the same. And for that reason, I should also say that under the Official Information Act, I have requested from both the Ministers of Agriculture and the Ministers for the Environment, both the briefing notes that attended that particular meeting, and also the minutes that were kept of that meeting. Because my understanding is subsequent to the meeting on Friday, that it was made very clear to yourself and to the IRC people who attended that meeting that if the if the draft land and water regional plan was to go ahead, that the law would be changed. And then in actual fact, one of the ministers said that there'd be an act of parliament if you go ahead, and that they would stand on the steps of parliament and explain the reasons as to why that would be required. That they said, and so if you're denying that, that's fine, but I just want to know whether those messages were as clear, or that you understood that those messages had been received in those ministerial meetings with Ministers McClay and Simmons.
I certainly, yeah. Well, I guess the question is, was that clear? Obviously not clear, because it's not something that I took on board. It's not something, I don't know. It isn't something that I understood from that meeting.
They also suggested that one of the reasons that they were going to work with the ORC, and it was item 5.2 that we dealt with last Friday, was to ensure that when the Otago Regional Council delays its draft water regional plan, 2 issues, that's the 2 plan changes, 6A and 7, I think, can be dealt with by the government to assist us in getting over that particular hurdle. That's correct as well? Is that correct? So in actual fact, the idea of working with ORC officials was to ensure that when the draft land and water regional plan is delayed, at the request of the government, that those 2 practical impediments can be resolved, and that was the rationale for assisting the ORC. Is that correct?
Not from my recollection of that meeting. No, there weren't specifics given. There may have been examples, and they may have actually come from us as to what the specifics are, because they were in the letter of what the specific issues are. Those are some of them that we face in Otago. But no, that wasn't the message. The message was around any issues that Otago faces in response to not notifying. Could we please bring those forward so that we could have a discussion and collectively understand them? That's my understanding.
So can I ask that again? it was not clear to you or to our chief executive or to our deputy chairman, because those are the three people here, that the ministers said either singly or dual fashion, that if the Otago Regional Council decides to proceed with notifying the plan, that the government would intervene in some form.
No, that was not clear, and following on from that is the fact that we did talk about ways that we could work together, and the ministers used the words of working together to understand the issues that we have, whether they could be resolved, and then preference for not notifying, and then whether we could resolve those issues so that we could not notify.
Yeah. So in other words, they were talking to you. How can we work with you to solve the problems that you've got so that you don't have to notify?
Yeah.
Is that clear?
That's correct. Yep.
Thank you. It's answered my questions.
Yep. No, that's fine. Thank you. Right. Any other questions on the report? Okay, right, so we're on to, 9.2, the CE report.
Do you want to move in a second?
Oh, sorry, I do want to move her in a second. Yep, Councillor Forbes is moving, Councillor Wilson seconding, all in favour? Aye, against, carried, thank you. 9.2, Chief Executive's report.
Thanks, Gretchen. So we're getting reasonably familiar with these reports, I'm hoping. So the land and water plan update doesn't reflect the outcome of the extraordinary meeting last week, because the report was written before then. So just acknowledging that we did have direction to for staff to engage with government officials, and we're undertaking that at the moment, and also that we acknowledge that information is required by this table well ahead of you making any decisions. So that's the you can expect an update from me as soon as I have something to share in that space, but it's obviously not reflected in this report. Annual plan, we've got a paper today, so that'll be brought into this report as we work through that process to ensure we meet our statutory requirements in that space. We've got our first report on non-financial levels of service in there, and you'll note that there are already a few that we are flagging. What we discussed at the end of last year is being more proactive at identifying risks and putting them in front of this table, rather than having a situation at the end of the year where all of a sudden we have a whole lot drop into the amber and red. So there are a few in there that we are keeping a close eye on, relating to official information request timeframes, Queensland future development strategy, soil effects operations, public transport punctuality, and there is a measure around consultation on maps for highly productive land, which has become there's been an NPS update, and there's also needs the involvement of TLAs who have some comments on the way in which we do that mapping. So that one we will struggle to meet by 31 December, but we'll continue to report on that as the months progress. Financial performance, we are reporting reasonably significant surplus, but I would say 2 months into the year not to pay too much attention to that. We are doing the phasing of our budgets at the end of Q1, so that significant underspend particularly in the operational expenditure will be corrected. We don't anticipate spending as much in the first part of the year, but the way that we do our phasing means that's picked up after the end of the first quarter. So the first quarter budgeting, which will come to you next month, will be our first real indication, but it is positive to see the managed fund is significantly favourable against budget. So happy to take any questions on anything in the report.
Councillor Laws, then Councillor Metham.
I'm getting a blizzard of calls, so my colleagues are as well at the moment, from people complaining about their rates demands that have just landed in people's letterboxes or on their emails, I presume some combination thereof. And I just wondered, is that what you're experiencing here at the Otago Regional Council as well? And B, do you log and monitor all those? And C, is there a numbers kept of people who are concerned or complaining about their particular rates bills and the issues that they are complaining about?
I will might to defer to Nick and Amanda around the details. What I can say is that we are experiencing high call volumes. We do every year. So we have some additional temporary staff employed to assist with call volumes and just make sure we can manage the traffic. And that involves both the customer services or customer experience team and the finance team, the rates team, and they do a very good job of ensuring people's inquiries are dealt with and also dealing with quite a few face-to-face inquiries that arrive here. In terms of the details for call logs, Amanda, can you jump in there?
Yeah, sure. So we do log all the calls and we can report against the topic people are calling about. So I was just talking to our customer experience manager this morning. There's the CX team aim to resolve as many of those at first point of contact as they can, and then the more difficult or complex ones go on to our next finance team for resolution. But we'd had 600 calls at 10 o'clock this morning, which is a normal high week for our customer team. So they're really busy. The letterbox inquiries, the letterbox rates have just sort of been hitting over the last few days and late last week. So that's why there's more calls coming in at the moment. The email ones hit about 10 days ago. Yeah.
600 this morning.
Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday at 10 o'clock.
Subsequent, just subsequent. So will this table be getting a report of the content of the nature of those complaints in a summary of?
Yeah, so I can include a summary in my next month's report.
To give us a greater understanding. Yep.
Yes, no, absolutely. But I should clarify, not all of those are complaints. Some of those are questions, queries, inquiries. Yeah, some of them are complaints, but not all of them.
Providing a summary next month, just in terms of how the traffic.
And it would be quite useful to say this is just an inquiry, or can you explain this to me? Would also highlight that we may not, everything may not be bad, Richard. if you so it'd be good to have that balance. Thanks, thank you.
Councillor Meebom.
Yeah, Richard, just a quick question on the one of the non-financial performance measures that you've highlighted as changing from green to amber. One, we aim to a regional coordination facility, adequately staffed, trained and capable. And I'm just wondering why we've suddenly shifted that to an at risk. Is it interpretation or what's going on here?
Yeah, so effectively everything in July was green. That one has been, if you recall previous discussions, that one's been something we've been highlighting for a while, where the training requirements to be determined adequately trained to operate in the coordination centre changed last year, and we're retraining a number of our staff. So the numbers are getting back up to where we need to get them, but we need to ensure we get the last of that training done. So I would read that as it should have been amber and it stayed amber, but I would hope it's back to green in the next couple of months.
So it's still a key milestone for us to achieve that outcome.
Yeah, we absolutely need to ensure that we have adequate numbers of trained staff to work in that operation, the coordination centre in the event of an emergency.
Yeah, good. Thank you.
We are then Malcolm.
This is looking great. Just on the punctuality for transport yellow. I was just wondering if we had an idea of to what degree that was missing the target. If we have any ideas of the number, obviously it's not 95, so how close to that, and then what the main factors might be for that, whether that's just road work.
Yeah, so I wouldn't have the data for this. The team will report that at the next part of Julian's on operations update. Certainly, but what we do know is the ongoing works and just the traffic challenges of Queensland do make that hard, but it is still something that we aspire to and as best we can. I think overall the service punctuality is fairly good, but definitely can be further looked at as part of that operations report.
Councillor Malcolm.
And just going back to bullet point 10, item 10, about the mapping of this highly productive land, which gives me some concern that it's not being progressed. So what is the major impediment behind, and what is the new date that we're having in that?
I can speak to that. So when we talk about delivering a consultation for that particular piece of work, that consultation is actually already started through the TAs. So the idea is that we work with TAs to determine criteria for mapping highly productive land in each part of the region, and take that feedback, turn it into maps, and move forward. Now that we've had some feedback that they would like to see some additional areas classed as highly productive land. So that specifically in central Otago and associated with fruit growing and viticulture. What we haven't yet got is a clear indication of what the criteria should be for including that land and soil. So we're just working through that. The other part of this is that central government, after the change of government, foreshadowed changes to the HPL, the MPS HPL. Those changes have now landed mid last month, so middle of August. There is some content in there that would be meaningful for that consultation, and so we deliberately kind of waited for that to occur before initiating engagement with the community. We will still do the work, and it will be done kind of earlier in the next calendar year. It's just going to take a little bit more time.
So if I can just clarify that, so you're doing some consultation with the TAs and they're going to say, well, this is the area what we want mapped. Do you then go to the community to say, is that what you want mapped?
Correct.
Oh, right. So at what stage do we go to? Is that, I suppose, is that the stage that we go to people that are experts on soils?
That's already started. So we're talking pedologists and
right. So yeah, that's part of that initial stuff. Thank you. Good. Appreciate that. Thank you.
I'll do my by email.
Okay, done on questions then. Okay, we move. Okay, Councillor Metham, is your hand still up?
Yeah, no, I've got another question, Gretchen, sorry. It's just in relation to the financial report that you've got there for the statement of comprehensive revenue and expense for the 31st of August. Is this year to date?
So it's for the period ending 31 August, so July and August.
July and August. Okay, so yeah, that's okay. It was a bit confusing. It just looked like it was for August only. That's fine.
Yeah, so it'll be from the 1st of July to whatever the period ending is.
Yeah, that's good. Thank you. Year to date.
Thanks. Okay, we just need a mover and a seconder to note the report. Councillor Forbes, seconded Councillor Somerville, all in favour. Aye. Against, carried. Number 10.1 is 6 monthly report to the Minister on recommendations to develop a fit for purpose planning framework for Otago, which is 6 monthly. Sorry, I'll wait for the staff to come forward. Author is Libby on this one. Welcome, Libby.
Hello.
Hi, Joe.
Hi. Yes, and slightly two different faces for this report this time around. So this is our 10th 6 monthly report to the Minister for the Environment, and it gives an update under the existing notice to provide these updates, and it's just the actions that the teams across council have been undertaking as part of their work program. And just reflecting that there is a requirement as it stands under that direction to supply the report and the letter. So happy to take any questions on that basis.
Are there any questions? Councillor Noon.
So just understanding that this report is the report that the Minister receives with a covering letter. Okay. Thank you. A question that sort of jumps out at me is that there's no mention of the 31st of October in the letter. And I just wondered whether
page 50.
It is there.
Yes.
Someone pointed out to me that I haven't been able to find it. Anyway, that's one question. The second question is around paragraph 6B1. And this is a quote from, or basically this is the direction from the minister, the previous government regarding the steps that we should take in terms of good practice, in terms of creating greater certainty going forward. He made it reasonably clear that he would be expecting us to ensure that the RPS was settled before we progressed with a land and water plan. So we've got a directive in there that we've accepted in the past, but we now are in a position that we clearly plan to notify the land and water plan on the 31st of October. And I know we make the final decision on the, I think it's the 23rd of October. However, just trying to understand the comfort around the table that that is in the letter, because it contradicts the position we're currently in. So it doesn't align with the directive. And Richard, you don't need to answer if you don't.
No, look, I think it's
politically, I think it's a bit awkward.
Fair point to raise, and look, I won't answer it in the sense of, you know, it's something that for governors to be aware of. I guess the things that have the things that are set out in there's 3 different requirements, and obviously one states the intention that it is fully operative, and then it goes on to state the other requirements after that, and doesn't then loop back to say, you know, it's not subject to the one above. Obviously Prof Skelton had that in mind when he was writing those requirements, but still signalled the need to have the new land and water plan, and those are the things that have driven the work program subsequently. So in terms of level of comfort with it being here from a staff perspective, in terms of our report to the minister, yes, because it's factual and it was part of that initial report. And then the questions around, you know, the table assessing those things and weighing them up, I'll leave for the table.
I'll reserve my comments till we have a debate.
Yeah, that's fine.
So did anyone spot?
Is there a debate going to happen with this?
On this paper?
Yeah, that's the usual paper. That's the way after the motions. Yep. So we're in questions at the moment, and then we can have debate. Yep. Sorry, you keep
Sorry, I
going,
just wanted to
Councillor Noon.
confirm whether the 31st of October exists in the letter, or the paper, I should say.
So it's in the table, which is of the work program, which is appended to the letter. Yeah, so page reference that I've got is page 10.
I didn't put that on my agenda. I've just opened the agenda on the invite, and it's not attached. Must be in diligent.
Yeah, I can't speak what's in diligent or not. Sorry, Councillor, but we can make it clear in the letter. Wish, but it is in the table that is appended to the letter.
Yeah, my feeling would be that it should be in the letter. That's just my opinion, but I can cover that off too.
Right. Okay. Sorry. No.
So sorry. Can I just cover this off just because it's just to make sure. So, in the table, under the column that says what we advised in March 2024. It is the bottom of page 59 of our agenda. It says on 27th of March, Council decided to shift the notification date for land and water plan to 31st of October 2024. So that the reference to it actually we made back in our previous report to the minister.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's in that case it exists. That's an important thing. Thank you, Kate.
Councillor Malcolm.
I just in the interpretation of point 2. Of the 3 points, take all necessary steps, develop and adopt. I just noticed that after the word notified, because you're saying it doesn't loop back, but there is no or after notified. So to me that 2.1, 2.I is a directive, it is not an or. Is that not surely the the person who gave that direction would have put and or, but no, it is specific that that is the instruction.
Can I just ask a question? Are you talking about 6B?
On page 50. On page 50, you've got progress in achieving, and you go down point 1.2, and CE has just said that there's no instruction that we need to loop back through those to make one hierarchy or whatever, but actually that is, to me, that is a directive with no and or, that is the instruction, and it's actually written the same way in our background summary as well. So there's also this, so I assume that that's the directive. So you're just interpreting that differently. Yep. Thank you. Yep.
Councillor Laws.
Yeah, just on that one, Richard. So when we look at section 6B, and we're developing and adopting a program of work as a consequence of the intervention of the minister, the previous minister, and of Professor Skelton, and we've got those three things that we are doing. Can I understand what you mean by the word work to achieve? Is that an imperative that you understand that central government imposes upon us? Or is that variable? In other words, you don't need to do it, you just can change your mind. Or is that an agreement with central government that that's what we're going to do? Because I assume that the second part of that, which was by the 31st of December last year, notify the new draft Land plan, we've moved that date by both resolution of this council and by consent of central government. But we therefore, by either resolution or consent of central government, decided that we are not going to, or we are going to modify a complete review of the RPS that is publicly notified prior and when it's before it's made, and with the intention that's made operative before we draft a land and water regional plan. And surely the answer to that question is no. But that's what I'm thinking. What do you think?
Sorry, you lost me at the
Okay,
end.
well, I want to know what the status of this particular relationship is, because
so
I'm sitting here going, I don't know if this is an agreement between us and central government and the previous minister, a resolution that we're in charge of, we can change that whenever we like, or it's an understanding that central government had imposed upon us.
So the requirement by the we've met the first one, and we have notified, although it's not operative, the RPS. The second one was shifted with the permission of the minister to 2027.
Yeah.
And then council has subsequently resolved 31st of October. But that is a decision that's been made by the council table.
So there's a point my colleagues are making, obviously, is, well, if it hasn't been made operative, then surely we have to do that, and then the second slot comes, doesn't it?
That's not the way it's been interpreted to date.
By whom? By us or by the government?
Well, it was by the council in terms of the timetable that has been set previously for the land and water plan development.
Can I ask a question then? I'm reading that just as an English major, and it seems pretty explicit and clear to me that there's a sequence. So would it be possible in the letter that you're about to write to the minister on the 6-monthly report to seek clarification on that issue as to sequencing? Because the sequencing seems obvious to me, and I would think to most lay people reading that particular arrangement as well. Because what you're saying to me, it seems, is that no, it doesn't need to be a sequence or in a sequence. And I'm looking at that and going, that's not how I read that section.
So you're asking whether I can seek further advice on the intent of those requirements of the previous minister?
No, it's
Well,
not.
it's been taken over by the existing Minister for the Environment. And they haven't rescinded the directive, as you know. So I'm presuming the old rules still apply. That's what we've been told to do with draft land and water regional plans. So I'm assuming that this is the case. But if I'm sure that everybody reading this would go, okay, so we've got to do that first, and then we've got to do that. And then sort of 3 years, and in the interim, you can do this.
My view on that question would be that it's a political decision around the table of a motion, wouldn't it be, that you were going to direct staff to do that? I don't think it's something that Richard could answer.
So when did we decide that we weren't going to have the intent to make the regional policy statement operative? Prior to the review of the land and water regional plan.
So when the decisions were made for the program for the land and water plan, and I would also, if I recall correctly too, when we sought an extension, and the original 6-month extension from the Minister for the Environment, previous Minister for the Environment, sorry, it would have been clear at that point that the regional policy statement would not have been operative by that date based on the timetable. And we didn't receive any indication at that point saying 1 requires that to be finished before 2 is then undertaken. So.
Yep. Good one. Yep. Councillor Malcolm.
Oh, well, that's a good one. This might be a better one. But in fact, we have nothing on record to say that that view has been rescinded, that is the order.
There's a guideline there that's informed council's work program to date. The decision that has been debated around the table at length around the RPS and the need for it to be fully through its process before the land and water plan is notified, and we've landed on the October 31st date for notification. So that's the process as it's been undertaken around the table.
These are the recommendations of the minister, not of this.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Councillor Malcolm, you've answered that. Yep. Councillor Wilson.
Sorry, are the words in B the words of the minister to us or our words? And I think this is the point that Andrew. The ministers to us, so we can't change them.
Correct.
So the question is, yes. So only because we were given the leeway. So the question, I think, it is fair to ask, and this is our letter as opposed to your letter, I think, or was this letter from us as council? That's why we're doing it here today, I presume. It's our report. So the question, I think, Michael, Councillor Laws has posed is, can we add in there, thank you for this direction. We just want to know if this is still your direction as the minister, in which case, or are we allowed to change 1? Isn't that a fair question of them? We have not reneged.
People keep asking the question, but it's not really a question for somebody other than ourselves. You've had the answer on it is the is from the council. We need to agree to the paper that agrees. The 10th report to the Minister of the Environment.
There is a technical question here. Sorry, I just want to check. While we had a debate about the date, and that was very much focused on because of the 27th given, I had never focused, I certainly focused on the report where the minister, the Prof. Skelton had suggested we give more time. I hadn't ever debated the direction from the minister about that point. And the fact is, we'd already adopted that. In order to overturn that direction we would have had to have a paper asking us to address that. And I think that's in Sandy Waters, or maybe it's the time frame thing. I do think it's important that we now address it now that it has been raised.
That was not a question either. So we're going round in circles on debate, I think. Yeah. Thanks. Any questions? Okay, well, we have got to move.
Can I amend suggested amendment for the motion, please? That is motion 1. To add the words after dated 19th November 2019, with the addition of clarifying the ministerial recommendation. It's a recommendation in actual fact. Relating to the sequencing of an operative RPS and the notification of the draft land and water regional plan.
Happy to second.
Mover.
No,
but
I'm not.
The
That's an amendment.
seconder. No, because you have to agree to it.
Yeah, I don't agree to it.
Yeah, I know, but you're the mover because you move. You're the seconder.
Can I get some advice on whether?
So Elliot's seconding it.
No,
Wait,
no.
Alexa's motion earlier.
No, you can second it.
Yeah, Alexa was first with the motion. Yep.
And I've moved an amendment.
Yep. But the mover and the seconder, do they agree with the amendment? No. I mean, yes or no?
No.
No. Okay.
The amendment is what we're up for debate with.
Yep.
Correct. And I
Yep.
need seconding.
Yep, I'll just check in because it's a simple process if they do, but yep. The amendment becomes the motion. Yep. We're just waiting to capture the, that's all I'm doing. Everyone who's waiting there.
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
thank you.
yeah. Make sure we've got that correct. And we'll put it up on the screen. And then Councillor Laws, you can speak to it first if you want to. You can probably start doing that now if you want to.
Yeah,
I don't-
sure,
yeah.
It's a very brief speech.
Yeah.
All I'm seeking to do is clarify for the want of accuracy, the particular sequencing that's required. Some of us, Councillor Scott, Councillor Noon, yourself, Councillor Robertson, and sat around this table when Professor Skelton came here, and we knew we'd stuffed up as a council, and we accepted in toto Professor Skelton's recommendations. And the sequencing of those recommendations became, I remember, quite important as he was explaining them to us, because he said, and he was very rational and reasonable about the whole matter, and said, you've got immediate problems, let me cure some of those, which is why he went to B3 here, which was, we need to do an interim step as well. Now, the nature of the recommendations is such that the way in which it's written, it appears to be that Professor Skelton clearly intended, and the Minister taking his advice clearly ensured, that the intention was to have an operative regional policy statement prior to the regional land and water plan being reviewed and notified. I think that's explicit. I think that we need some clarification on that point. This recommendation does so. Can I say it doesn't stop the operative? It's a simple case of simply clarifying what the sequencing is. And I would have thought for the want of accuracy, that was a good thing to do.
We have got, thanks Councillor Laws, Councillor Scott and then Councillor Noon.
Cool, thank you. I'm disappointed by the debate. I would put it under the title of scaremongering. The previous report, it seemed to me, my view was that a meeting, various participants in a meeting, their integrity was questioned. And here we are now debating this letter that was written in 2019 about the word is that's actually in paragraph 2.1 is the intention to do the RPS prior to the land and water plan. And we all subsequently know how all that transpired. The RPS had to be separated into freshwater and non-freshwater. And meanwhile, we continue to have a land and water plan that is not fit for purpose. If you cast your eye further down the letter to 2.2, it actually says that the land and water plan quite definitively needed to be completed by December 2023. Well, we know what happened there as well. It's that was not achieved. It didn't remove the obligation to achieve it. Councillor Noon questioned that there was no reference to the 31st of October, whereas in fact that in itself, what it actually says is that this council on the 27th of March the council decided to shift the notification date for the land and water plan to the 31st of October. This is to allow time for staff to determine the implications of the recent RPS decisions and clause 3 feedback from forestry. These were all reasonable and considered decisions by this council, and it's this council that determines how it all fits together. We, under Section 30 of the RMA, have a clear obligation to achieve a fit-for-purpose land and water plan, and it's time we got on with it and stopped scaremongering as a number of councillors have been. I, for one, will be voting against this motion. Thank you.
Councillor Noon.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I made it reasonably clear when Councillor Wilson brought down the attachment that she had opened in diligent, which I haven't got in front of me, that quotes the date. So I conceded that. So, in terms of scaremongering, there's nothing more important than this organisation having a fit for purpose land and water plan. And the two main reasons why Prof. Skelton emphasised in his follow-up investigation report about the importance of having your RPS appeals resolved or narrowed down or whatever. But also the key thing is that the land and water plan needs to give effect to the RPS. So if you think of it like a house, it's like trying to put your roof on before you got your foundations in. So that was, and connecting scaremongering to professional advice from an expert, I think is a really unfortunate comment. And I don't want to associate myself with the two, to be perfectly honest. But that is the key. And I think we're trying to be thorough here. And this amendment to the motion gives the government, the current government, the opportunity to make that clarity for us. And in terms of 2019 or whenever you quoted, Brian, this has been around. We had some pretty shoddy advice from the previous government that used shoddy legislation to give us really, really poor direction. We ended up, it cost the organisation a lot of money, it cost our community a lot of money, it cost our environment a lot of money. But we seem to forget about that. So I think that's an unfair comment from you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councillor Samuel.
Thank you. Look, I don't think this is necessary. We've been operating with this letter for a long time. Ministers have been well aware how that timing all fits together and have raised no objection on this point. This council's deliberations on deciding on a date for the notification of the land and water plan have canvassed the issue of the state of the regional policy statement and where that is in its timetable, and that's been well discussed and well considered. And we know as well that if there are further changes through the legal process on the regional policy statement, that the hearings panel for the land and water plan can take those into account and make further changes there. So I think we're all fine as we are. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Sunville. Councillor Weir, then Forbes.
This letter's a hangover from the previous government, as we're all aware, and the author of the wording that we're debating right now is clearly comfortable with the process we propose to undertake and have been undertaking, as I've said, and as was the council. So to raise this matter now in the 11th hour of an extended process, 5 years after this letter was written, seems to me to be using convenient wording in one subsection to achieve a political aim markedly different to the intention of the letter that we're discussing. Go.
Councillor Forbes.
Kia ora. The motion as it was is a straightforward motion, and the 10th time we've put it. And as Councillor Somerville pointed out, it's the 10th time we've sent it as a cover to our report, an updated report. This amended motion isn't trying to be thorough. It's not trying to help or be clear. In my view, it has an overall intent to create a technicality that may be later used in some fashion or another to try and get us to delay. So I'm not even going to consider it for a moment. It is no. It's not very often I have a closed mind.
Councillor Kelleher.
Thank you. Totally disagree with that. It is the 10th time, but this is an incredibly timely process, totally hinged around the RPS. And so the RPS had to be in place first. And then our land and water plan gives effect and takes the outcomes of the RPS and applies them. And so these extensions, as I understand it, certainly the latter extensions have all been around the RPS and that process. So all we're looking for clarification on is, well, should that still be happening again? Because that was the intent. So it's actually a very straightforward, very simple and sensible thing to do, to ask the government for this procedurally, based on what the previous government required us to do, and now what the current government is potentially requiring us to do. Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Meetham.
Yeah, look, I think this is more just a stalling tactic by the famous five. It's not going to change anything. I won't be supporting this. Thank you.
Yep, Councillor Wilson.
I was sitting around the table when we got this directive, so I think I can talk from some confidence of what I knew was happening. And I think there's a lot of stuff being forgotten. This was where there was a really complicated law change had happened, where two processes, and we all knew about the two processes, and Professor Skelton, who didn't want there to be two processes and was quite clear about that, knew that it was going to be a hassle. He had conversations with the previous minister about that. He also understood that we'd had a not fit for purpose RPS. I can't recall why. I think because we'd only just done an RPS, so it was odd that we didn't have a fit for purpose RPS. And we had to do that all over again. Our community were being driven into battle on these things regularly. It was really clear to the professor, and he obviously passed it on. And I actually, sorry, this is the first time I have seen this directive in the council table since the vote for the date change. Because it's 6 months. We had already signed it off before the 27th of March, and I hadn't thought about it again. I'm confident that this isn't a delay tactic, because this is a report that we're sending to the minister and just asking for clarification about that directive. It isn't doing anything. It isn't stopping anything. It is just our report asking a question. The process carries on. We're still going to be meeting on Tuesday or Wednesday of next week to carry on with the land and water plan. And many of us are spending many hours reading that and ensuring that we know exactly what we're discussing. So I'm not quite sure why anyone would call it delay. I'm not quite sure why you wouldn't want clarity about it now. This is the first time we have had this chance to ask the question. So I'm really sad that people are so negative about it, but it's actually moot anyway, really. I'm sure that we'll get a direction whichever way we go with this, and I'm sure that there were some directions given along this line a matter of days ago to some of the people around the table. So anyway, that's okay. We'll have this vote. We'll be famous five and whatever you want to call yourself, 7, maybe again. But no, this is actually just a simple question. This is not political. Why don't you just ask the question? I can remember sitting around the table voting 12 all for a to go with the last minister. We held by it, we worked together, and we went that way. I think it was 12, or maybe I got it wrong, Gary. I'm not quite sure why it's so difficult to work that way now. Sorry, sorry, push that way. The nature of the politics should be actually really considered by the other people on the vote, not myself.
Thanks, Councillor Wilson. From my perspective, yes, we have been doing these reports obviously 6 monthly for quite some time, and we've been quite clear what our work program is. We've we knew that an RPS could take a long time, and so did the writers of this direction, which is why it says intention, because nobody can predict how long an RPS might take to create. You could end up going to Supreme Court for all you know. So it can be a really, really long time. But actually, from my perspective, I agree with Councillor Wilson that this is coming regardless of what we do. It seems very likely from what people have been saying today that regardless of what we say around the table today, the Minister will be listening probably to what we're saying today. We'll be thinking about this issue. The Minister has been receiving these reports for a long time. I imagine they're taking on board all of this right now. So I think I'm going to vote for this, and there you go. We are not in two teams. As I said before,
Well done, Gretchen.
we need clarity. We need to work with the government, and in this instance, I would like the Minister to have a really hard think about the precedents that it would set, though, because if we told all regional councils they must not do any plans before they do their RPSs, what would that mean for our country? Have a good think about that. But I'm going to vote for it. Anyone else?
Are you wishing to talk? Because I'm reserving my right as seconder. So if you're not wishing to talk, I'll talk as seconder then, and then you'll be yes. Is it?
No.
Yeah, correct. Okay. Look, I'm pretty simple, really. I'm looking towards my microphone and pushing it on first, and secondly, but most importantly, I'm actually looking after the ORC and under judicial process, because this certainly to me is a directive. The more I read it, it is a directive. And if we are going outside of that directive, we are opening ourselves up for judicial review. There are already people looking at this clause as a way of creating judicial review. Simply to me, this is a straight out clause of if we go with our land and water plan, if we run with the feeling and vote for the 31st of October and we haven't got an operative RPS, we are going against the directive that we've been given. So we will simply be up, and it won't be the Environmental Defence Society that's we were scared of by our lawyers yesterday. We will be, in fact, what we'll be looking at is organisations will be taking a judicial review because we haven't followed the government's directive. So simply, I want clarity around that. That's part of my role, the audit and risk. I see it as a great risk. So it's simple.
Right of reply? Oh, unless Lloyd wants to speak.
No, wait.
Oh, certainly. Listen, can I just say to those councillors, because we have got ourselves into division around the council table, and I was guilty of that as anybody else. I don't want us to carry on 7-5. This is a really simple resolution to seek clarity about an issue that requires to be clarified if we're going to do something as momentous as make a decision as to initiate the draft land and water plan next month. And it is, have we fulfilled our agreement with central government? In this particular case, one that was set by the last government, which has been carried on by this. To those who have argued, you've had plenty of opportunity to ask this question before. I'd have to say I agree with Kate. The clarity of this is now becoming clear, the more proximate we become to the final date. And that means I's needed to be dotted, T's need to be crossed, Brian. And that's the reason we're seeking clarity on this. It's not a stalling tactic, it can't be. We're simply putting the question along with this report, but we will still proceed along the way in which you, as a majority of councillors, have determined nothing is going to halt that particular progress. We will eventually make a decision on this in a month's time and the progress of. But I do want to say this. and it is important. I've sat around this table, and so have you, Gretchen, so have you, Andrew. We've sat around this table and we've watched us make a lot of mistakes, and they have been extraordinarily expensive, and they've had to be corrected, and they've ended up in law courts, and we've done things. And but finally, when a central government, and I want you to remember to the new councillors, the reason that Professor Kelton got involved in this, Brian, was because Michael Laws and a series of other councillors around this table said enough. Start observing the national standards. Don't go off your own way. Actually listen to what the central government policies are. And that's how Professor Skelton followed that, came in here and set the timetable for us to adhere to. And he was no right-wing politician. So he set us a table. Here it is. And here was the sequencing he set out. It seems to me. Now, I just want some clarity around that. The quicker we get to it, the quicker we'll sort this issue. And I would have thought just at the moment, when we are trying to divine the moment, as the chair says, Gretchen says, when we are trying to divine the particular mind of central government and we are wanting to work with them, this is just one of those clarifications that sensible governance would make. So that reason, can I ask those of you who said, I don't want to vote for this, please reconsider. It would be nice to think that we are actually going to approach a little more unified, at least in the process, if not in the final decision.
Thanks. Right, we're going to have a vote on the amendment then, which has become the motion, and we'll have a division. Thanks.
Councillor Forbes.
Oh, shall we put it up? Sorry.
Oh, yes,
Yep.
absolutely.
Thanks. Sorry, just take a minute to do that.
No.
Councillor Callagher.
Yes.
Oh, there's no.
Well, it's not a direct, it's a recommendation.
Mm.
I don't know, Michael, sorry, just the ministerial directive relating to the sequencing.
Yes, I did think I actually wrote that in my original, so directive snuck in there. Sorry, that's correct.
Recommendation.
That was recommendation.
He's got the line above him.
Thank you for picking that up, Richard.
Directive becomes recommendation.
Recommendation. Yeah. That's what I did have in the original motion.
Should we start again? They want to change for me.
Yeah, sorry, we're just, thanks for that clarification, and councillor Laws for what you wanted to have there.
Councillor Forbes is a no. Councillor Callagher.
Yes.
Councillor Laws.
Yes.
Councillor Malcolm.
Yes.
Councillor McCall.
No.
Councillor Metfin.
No.
Councillor Noon.
Yes.
Councillor Scott.
No.
Councillor Somerville.
No.
Councillor Weir.
No.
Councillor Wilson.
Yes.
Councillor Robertson.
Yes.
Councillor
No.
6 for
We standing order.
6 against.
The message is out.
Or it
It's
fails.
been done. The message is out.
Sorry, I'm not sure whether I have to use a casting vote.
You've got the option to use the council vote if you want to.
So, it's very fortunately the standing orders are in.
So I think a difficult decision. I'm going to take a quick adjournment before I decide whether to use my casting vote. It'll be very short. It'll be a couple of minutes and we'll be back. So I move that and seconded councillor Wilson. All in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. I just want to get the process completely correct.
Page 42 of the cost.
Right.
Page 109.
Okay, so I'm unmuted, we're back, we're now 2 minutes, just checking the process under standing orders, and I am going to use my casting vote to vote yes. Thank you.
Well done, Richard.
Right, so that means we've covered both recommendations, haven't we, through that, double checking. And it has passed. Thank you. Right. 10.2 is annual plan. And this is around the process and what is required to do the annual plan. Over the next little while. It's that time of year already. Just wait a second to make sure we've got
We're not drowning.
Oh no. Had a slight flood over one of our councillors' areas. Just making sure, sorry to anyone online, we're just waiting for the report writers to enter the room and be ready for this report.
Probably source area, that's better. Well done. Well corrected. Well corrected.
It's got a direct link to Woodway.
Welcome, Mike. Welcome back again.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, yes.
Great to see you.
Here we go again.
Oh, sorry. So yes, it didn't specify that. You're welcome to kick off.
Right.
Anything you want to touch on with this paper?
Okay, good afternoon, councillors. So this is a non-recommending report that communicates the annual plan process to you. The attached roadmap outlines the key steps and timelines for the process. And the discussion section gives you a pretty sort of summary of each of the key steps in that roadmap, by the blue boxes. There's some legislation that I haven't got into the report, and arguably I probably could have, but if some background reading for you, because I know you love it, is Section 95 Local Government Act. It's very clear about the purpose of an annual plan. It talks about the purpose being reviewing or really refining our budgets that are contained in our LTP already, and refining the programs attached to those budgets. And importantly, also looking at any material differences or changes that we might need to think about to our long-term plan. And they use the words integrated decision making, which is just a flash way of saying keeping in touch with your operating environment, your external environment. And then importantly, it talks about accountability provision, which is, if there are material changes, you've got to stay connected with the community on that. So this is all familiar stuff to councillors. We've been through this one annual plan, one LTP. The good news is an annual plan, as you picked up, is a refinement. So it's not the full-on process that we experience in a long-term plan. So I quickly step through the roadmap, just very briefly. Looking at the 5 steps there. The first one there to initiate the annual plan. So that's a bit about today, and also the organisation has already started in the background thinking about the material changes, and we'll look to bring some thinking to you around that to a 30 October workshop, which is step 2 there. And as part of that workshop, we'll be looking at a very brief recap of the long-term plan, and obviously the significant changes if there are any. There might be some issues around transport, public transport, for example, and possibly some discussion around funding objectives for this annual plan.
And then flows through into steps 3, 4, and 5, which I think should be familiar to you, where we will be aiming to get a draft annual plan in front of this council before Christmas to the December council meeting. And that gets us in a good place to consult in a timely way, or engage, I should say. And the nature of engagement reflects the types of adjustments that we're doing and the materiality of the adjustments. And then we flow through into a final decision. And this roadmap suggesting May, and that's only there because of our last annual plan experience, where I took the sort of feedback from you that, you know, we finished early, we finished in May for that last annual plan, and that seemed to be popular with you for a bunch of reasons. I think it sort of provided you, smoothed out your work program around your decision-making work program, particularly around June, when it can strike with the heavy traffic. So that bit can shift out, that's what I'm saying. So that's all I probably want to go over at this point. So questions, yeah.
Thank you, Mike. Great that we've had that level of thinking on this, setting us up well for the year ahead. Right, Councillor, someone over here had their hand. Councillor Laws, yeah, and then Councillor Wilson.
It's really to Richard as well, but to you and to the team as well, to Amanda. It goes like this. At the moment, it's ironic in actual fact that this is the last week I've had a blizzard of emails, texts, phone calls from people who are complaining about their rates demands. It's not listening. The thing that set me off is I'm surprised that I'm getting the level of complaints, not because they're upset about whatever the rate rise is, but that they didn't know it was coming. You know, it was sort of, it's come literally as a shock.
Yeah, continue, Mike.
Sorry. Listen, you can relay it for me, Brian. I know you can.
Oh, thank you.
But they're shocked that this was the extent, and I was thinking to myself, wow, what does that say about our communications effectiveness in dealing with the long-term plan? And I was wondering, Mike, if you are putting into here somewhere a review of the effectiveness of our communications and of our consultation program with our constituents, because it would seem that that would inform us to have a better annual plan, particularly in the terms of comms and consultation. If we know, well, did it work? Did people know what we were proposing? Were they aware? What was the effectiveness or otherwise of it? And I'm just asking if there's an intention to do that, because comms at the end of the day is, you know, and perception are probably as important as the plan. So that's the question.
Yeah, sure. So we have we've been working on an LTP debrief, and engagement was one of the themes that came up in terms of, so I sent an email to councillors seeking your feedback on the LTP process, and we've also done an internal workshop on that. The engagement was something that was raised as a theme around whether we needed to look at doing that differently next time around. So we've got an internal action to review the engagement platform that we used, and we can certainly, when we bring a communications plan for this year 2 annual plan, we can certainly reflect on what we saw in the LTP to inform that communications plan. So you'll get that in December alongside the draft annual plan to consider.
Okay.
Councillor Wilson, then Ware.
Sorry, I'm not going to apologise, but I haven't read every word of this report, sorry, because I've got other things to read. But I don't think I can see in here, and I just want to clarify the understanding of what's going to happen for the Environment Fund. Because that's one we went out for saying $2 million, 1.5 or 1 million. We, I think, decided on 2, but then there's a whole lot of other steps, I think, with that. And I just Sorry, is it on here?
So no, it's not part of the annual plan, so there's a workshop, Shay mentioned it this morning, there's a workshop coming up, to talk about, what are the options, councillors to give, staff guidance on thinking about the options to how that fund is structured and then administered. The money is in the annual plan, and it will stay in the annual plan unless there's a decision to remove it, so we're not planning to reconsult on that, it'll be a separate process outside of the annual plan to establish that funding framework.
Thank you. I had thought that we had consulted on, but not decided how we would rate and distribute by area or region wide. So,
It was all covered off.
Oh, it was, okay, sorry, sorry. And then the only, so, again, I'm going to give an example, but I don't, as an example, and I was really set during deliberations of long-term plan and forgot to bring it up during that as something to put into here, is the opportunity of having a rates neutral fund to assist people doing septic tank renewals. Many people can do it as of right. There's a huge environmental problem with, and it comes right through in every bit of environmental monitoring we do, potential need for septic tanks to be renewed. And they're quite substantial. And some people can deal with that themselves with their own mortgages, some people will not, but it has a huge effect. And so that's the problem. And some councils have dealt with things like home heating by having a fund that people can do rates neutral over a 10-year period and get it. So the question is, if we wanted something like that to be in an annual plan, when do we need to bring that sort of thing to the council table to get a resolution to get it into the system? Or is it too late?
In any matters that look like either a change to a program or in addition to a program, I'd suggest that 30 October would be the place to raise those matters. In other words, early as possible.
Yeah.
Because from 30 October, staff will be working to get a draft AP that captures council's intent.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor West, sorry.
Yeah, touched on this, but I just want to confirm, so that workshop or briefing next month, will we have already had all the details about the outcomes of like the National Land Transport Fund and how that will impact our transport stuff?
So there is that is probably the most substantial change in terms of year two of the so the process for that will be a presentation at the next public and transport, and then a paper to seek direction, which will then from a council around what we do, and we're just going through and finalising those areas where we haven't received co-fund. Then we'll need some direction from this table. That will then be dropped into the annual plan. So it'll be a parallel process, and we'll just be sorting out the dates with Mike, so it all comes together in December. But Lorraine will be just running that as a separate process, because we'll need some good discussion on some of those things. Yeah, so first discussion at the next public event.
And so as part of the workshop, will that be mostly everything else, basically?
That'll be everything else, and it will include conversations on the transport programs where we have received funding and that are part of our normal program. The only exclusions will be those things that haven't received funding.
Councillor Malcolm.
Very no potholes on that road, which is really good. Really good. So if we go through the process in October and we this is a real hypothetical one, and we're convinced that we're just going down the path of what's been planned in year two, that would then require us to have very little consultation, but simply to refresh people's memories of what we are planning.
So hypothetically, yes, you've I think I've said this before, you've got more flexibility in how you engage with the communities in that scenario. And it's back to Richard's comment, and if we've got material change and you decide on material change, which could be something like a public transport type issue, or proposal, then that's formal consultation. So, it's a special cost procedure under the Local Government Act. So that's a bigger deal.
Right.
So we would have hearings and a consultation document going out. Not quite as substantive as an LTP, but nonetheless a CD going out. External auditors. Yeah. So it's a different beast.
Yeah. So if the materiality was minor, so we could go ahead with limited consultation, but we get the bus thing thrown in, or whatever it is gets thrown in that's out of our control, would we see that as a very good time to reinforce that the LTP process was done well? I'm just because generally we're hearing now, Mr. Laws may be getting some, but I'm sending some weird questions about rates on myself. So I would see that this is a very good time to actually reinforce what we are actually doing. So I'm just making sure if we use that time well.
So in short, absolutely yes. You can have a CD that's really targeted on the key proposal. It could be, let's say, public transport of some material matter, and then the rest of the story is, hey, we're on track. Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you.
Councillor Noon.
So on the question of material change, if we have historic consultation data that said we were going to lift the passenger transport services, let's just say we're going to double the services, and we said in that consultation document it was subject to a 51% subsidy, does that still fall into that bucket of material change requiring full consultation? Sorry, that I was just.
Can I answer that one? Because we would need to do the assessment once we understand what changes we were proposing. I just don't want to risk giving an answer and then after the discussions we get some different direction. So there's a number of things, not exhaustive, but there's a number of things that we don't anticipate receiving any co-funding for. We'd want direction on each of those, and then we would make an assessment at that point in time.
Yeah, and just to add to that, there's some specific requirements in the LGA that Richard's thinking about that we have to step through. And it's around decision making and going through that, making sure they're not legally challenged.
Thank you.
Good. No further questions, I don't think. The recommendation is notes the proposed annual plan process outlined in the report. You're moving that. Yep, thanks, Councillor Malcolm. Councillor Noon is happy to second. Would you like to speak to it, Councillor Malcolm?
Well, yeah, look, the only thing I'd say if certainly if councillors want to have things considered October is that the earlier we get these things in, it gives us every opportunity to talk with each other and discuss options or variations or whatever, or just support of the status quo. So the sooner we get that into Mr. Rossler, the better. But I'm really keen to ensure that we use this process also as a focus of showing the good things that the ORC are actually doing. So, thank you.
Councillor Noon.
And I'm sure Councillor Malcolm was suggesting that the feedback from staff wasn't only focused on additional activities. Took it that way, it was.
Thanks. Yep.
Sorry.
You know that. Councillor Weir.
Yeah, I just wanted to expand on what Councillor Malcolm was saying, because I totally agree that, the messaging we do when we do the annual plan. It's good to communicate with people how it fits into the wider LTP and how it's just one part of that and the things that we've been doing through the LTP and where we are with that. Obviously we're building towards that funding decisions and all that to decide, but the process itself looks really good, and on the rate stuff it's receiving very good feedback about the new design of the booklet and stuff, so it's great to hear.
Thank you. No further debate. We'll put it then. All in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you very much. Okay, the 10.3 is the South Dunedin Future paper. We have Jonathan here and Tom as well.
Sure. I'll see.
Thanks, John Luke as well, welcome. So yeah, welcome Jonathan to ORC once again, and yeah, to Tom and John Luke, great to see you. We're in your hands when you're ready. Give you a moment to get your thoughts, but yeah, introduction to the report would be great.
Thank you. I'll just make some couple of brief comments. So in short, we had planned to have a risk assessment done by September. We have a risk assessment done by September, so we have the report. However, the sort of final review process of that is determined that we think there's a couple of gaps in there. We don't think it's quite at the level of confidence and detail that we think we need to go to the public and ask councillors to make the decisions of the level of impact that they're likely to have. So it means we need to do a little bit of extra homework, do some with fast forward an update of the South Dunedin flood network model, basically. It's been brought forward by several months to the end of October, and we're also collecting some floor level information so that we know when we run those models, what is the actual impact on the buildings in South Dunedin. So this gives us another level of information that we need. The expectation at this stage is that we'll have all the technical reports done by Christmas, which means we'll be moving things through the council approval process in the new year. The expectation of coming back to council, presenting those reports and seeking a decision to go out and consult on them. I expect late February. Thank you.
Councillor Malcolm.
Oh, yeah, look, we're getting very good reports from people within that area that things are, we're doing as good a job as we can. But in fact, if we have this delay, is that delay being caused by perhaps not having the right people involved doing the job, or is it, have we got the right people in the right place? And if we have, are we sure that this next stage is going to go in the right direction?
So we've known about these gaps or these limitations from the start. So we knew that we were working on 2011 flood model data. And we knew that we were working on proxy information about floor levels, so assumed floor levels based on building code at time. But it wasn't, and we sort of made that trade-off around, okay, we think it'll be good enough to go on that, and we can't wait forever until these new models come on. When we saw the actual report in full, as an example, rather than the models and the graphs showing the sort of incremental increase in flood risk as groundwater increased, as sea level rise increased, as we got more intense rainfall, you had it flatlining for say 30 years and then jumping from a 3% risk up to 26%, and then flatlining again and jumping up. So these wild kind of swings in the data, and we just said that we just didn't think that was quite good enough, and we need to go back and drill into it in a little bit more detail. Essentially what we've done is brought forward work that we were anticipating doing at a later stage in the program because we think we need that level of detail now.
Good, thank you.
Council Laws.
So you did know that this was missing when you said to us originally it'll be ready in September.
Yes.
And you knew that there was no data collection of that particular information when you said that.
We knew, so we absolutely knew that we're working on the 2011 flood model, and we knew that neither councils had detailed floor level information on the buildings in South Dunedin. So what we didn't know at the time is that how big a gap that would represent in a final report when you saw all these pieces of information put together. I mean, as I said, we have the report now. We could release it and we could move forward on the basis of that, but we've made a judgment that we think it needs more work. And based on the conversations we've had with stakeholders, most people have said to us, look, we'd rather get this right than do it quickly. And a couple of months delay to make sure it's, sharp as it can be is justified.
Can you explain to us why this information is so important?
So the updated risk model, the updated flood model, essentially the current model makes a whole series of assumptions, essentially that all the rainfall hitting the ground makes it into the system, and all the system essentially performs as it should. What the new model is going to do is, for example, integrate the 2021 LiDAR that ORC did, so you get a much greater granularity of the surface level. So that'll be able to determine kind of the rate of flows and where you might get particular ponding. They can also drop in, for example, the particular mud tanks, like some of the ones that blocked in 2015 that contributed to the flooding. And you'll be able to dial up and down the performance of those mud tanks and move locations of them to determine when surface water would actually make it into the system. You can also, and it'll also integrate the work that GNS and Simon Cox have done on groundwater models. So it'll be able to tell us how much groundwater has infiltrated the system, and as that groundwater rises over time, how that will impact on the kind of system performance. So it just basically means with much more accurate projections of kind of what is the performance of the system going to be. So then when we're projecting out risk, we think we can do that with more confidence. And similarly, when we're testing the efficacy of adaptation options, so if we put pumps and pipes here, how much of an impact would that have? If we built, a wetland or a park here, what would that do? So it just gives us that level of information. And then the floor level data, basically it allows us to test vulnerability. So the model might throw out a flood height of say 50 centimetres. If that floods people's gardens, that's an inconvenience. If it floods people's homes, it's a catastrophe. So understanding kind of where that threshold is and what percentage of buildings in South Dunedin would be flooded, again, just helps to make a sharper assessment. And there is a burden of cost in terms of primarily staff time, in terms of collecting that floor level information that we didn't have. We try to do that as efficiently as we can. So we're actually using this GIS app on staff phones that we can go around and actually stand at the gate, sort of make a judgment about, is it 1, 2, 3 or plus steps up to the house relative to the surrounding surface area. You plug that in, and basically we have to do 6,500 properties. So we're a bit reticent about kicking that off initially, but now I think the juice is going to be worth the squeeze on that, and it's going to give us some great data.
Well, that's just the question I was going to ask. How extensive is this? 6,500 properties is huge. I'm assuming you're not just talking about South Dunedin. You must be moving into St Kilda and St Clair as well, eh?
Yes, it's a greater South Dunedin. So St Kilda, St Clair, Tainui, the big box retail area.
So that's right. You're actually going to have people stand in front of 6,500 properties and individually work out what the flooding level of those is going to be to assess your overall risk?
No, it's just to estimate the floor level. So,
but you're still going to, you can't be doing it for 6,500 properties, surely. You must be taking
an average in Australia.
Yeah.
Fine, you get us.
No, so essentially the process involves walking past the house. So it's taking as long as it takes to walk every street. Yeah. And as I say, it's a process that we think is going to give us a level of confidence. As an example, we are also looking at just doing some calibration of that. So engaging some professional surveys to do a sample of 100 houses, just to make sure that
you're doing it properly.
Thanks. Is that on this one? Yeah, we'll just cover that off.
That's 500 each, people. Let's go.
Sorry. Yep, you're off. Okay.
Just in the detail you're collecting, because you're collecting floor heights, would you also look at whether it's a timber floor on piles, which would mean the water would go under the house, or if it was a concrete floor, a slab where the water would go around and not right underneath? Because that could have a bit of an impact and change, but there might not be many basements out there, but the actual data of just collecting floor heights only may not capture the actual true issue for some, or for a lot of those properties.
Yeah, it's an example of, the trade-offs we have to make around, absolutely, we can stand there and collect a whole lot of information about the kind of building age, the standard of construction, foundations, etc. So there is a bit of a trade-off. We do have a section in the app around the notes. So if there's any kind of relevant contextual factors, we'll just jot those in. It might be, for example, there's a number of properties that I've done myself where you're standing at the gate and glance at the house, and there's clearly 2 steps up to the front door. There's also 2 steps down from the path. So effectively, the ground level is at the same height as the path and below the crown of the road. So that might be something you plug into the notes just in context. But it's not the individual. When we're not trying to do this exercise so we have a good read on individual property by property risk. What it gives us is that overall picture of the suburb. So 25% of the properties in this particular area, have a floor level at this level, so therefore have this level of exposure. And what it's giving us is some really interesting trends. So, for example, we've done about a third of them on the LiDAR. One of the lowest area of South Dunedin is Tainui. However, the floor levels in Tainui that we've assessed are materially higher than in other parts of South Dunedin, which may be a contributing factor to why that area didn't flood in so much in 2015. Similarly, there's in terms of floor height and building age, in the graph we can see a spike in the sort of 40s or 30s and 40s, which may or may not be related to the big floods that we had in the 20s. So we're going to be able to glean quite a lot of insights from them.
Right.
Thank you.
We've got Councillor Wilson signalling that she's happy to move these, and just 4 there was.
Just a question, Jonathan, about 4. I presume this was tabled yesterday at council, you noted.
It was.
So just make it was rather than will be. So
Yeah.
very simple.
Councillor Noon's going to second that, but I had some hands up for questions before that, so we'll go with those. The first was Councillor Wheeling, Councillor Scott.
I was also just going to move, and I was going to move it with an amendment 2 for just to reflect whatever the decision was. I don't know what the decision was, but just to round out that picture more completely. That just say what the decision from DCC was.
Noting the decision of, and then saying what it was?
Yeah.
Okay.
Was
it adopted?
It's a noting. Yes, City Council just noticed, had the same recommendations, but just noted.
Yeah, right. They noted it too. Perfect. Right, thanks. That was all, Councillor Ware, for questions from, Councillor Scott.
I didn't have a question, I was just going to make a comment.
Okay, right. Well, any other questions? Doesn't seem like it. Councillor Wilson, did you want to speak?
I'll do it as mine.
Okay. Councillor Scott, go for it.
Yeah, cool. I think the last time we talked about this, it was emphasised that it was an indicative assessment on the areas. So it's actually interesting that we are actually getting to a property by property level. It seems to me, on the basis of what you said, that you've made a wise decision. I think the process over the last few years has been a very positive process. You've engaged the community, there's trust, and I think it's important that we continue that as much as we can. So we're talking a matter of months, even if it takes longer. It's important that we have some surety at that time, because it'll certainly get a lot of scrutiny. It'll get scrutiny by the people that live in certain areas. It'll get scrutiny by insurers. It'll get scrutiny by people that are purchasing houses and land and so forth. So it's really, I think you've made a wise decision. And my expectation is that when the information comes out, that it has credibility. And I think that's what we're all aiming for. Yes? Thank you.
Councillor McColl.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just to say, my questions have got answered, so thanks for that on the way around. But basically, what I'd just like to say is well done, because you've worked tirelessly to get to the stage where you are, and you are ready to present us with a report. You've been big enough to say, hang on, this report is not covering everything up to the level that we believe necessary, and so you've given yourself time to. It's a big call sometimes to realise that you're not there, So well done. You're going to go and get the information that you require to be able to give the community a more accurate picture in a timely manner. So, so thanks for all the work you've been doing.
Councillor Noon.
Thanks, Madam Chair. This is an incredibly complex situation, the way nature interacts with the South Dunedin suburbs, and I think that there seems to be a very sensible decision to ensure that we are fully informed in terms of the risk assessment, because it seems that when it comes to solutions or mitigation measures, it seems that there's going to be different solutions for different parts of South Dunedin, and Jonathan's already referred to the various different solutions. So I think that's incredibly important that we become a little bit more certain as you can be when you're dealing with the environment. But this is a step in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to say as well that it's fantastic that we actually speeding up the LiDAR. So gathering that quicker than we thought we would, I think is what the report says as well. Oh, sorry, am I wrong?
The model, I think you're referring
Yeah,
to.
oh, right, yeah, thank you. Thanks. And yeah, also that the engagement is only going to be delayed by 1 month. So that's awesome. And also that most stakeholders prefer an approach where receiving information about the risks is coupled with potential solutions release. So actually it's a well done for thinking about what actually does make the most sense, quality information and a process that people are most comfortable with and get the most out of. So just a thank you as well, Councillor, anyone else actually, and then Councillor Wilson, right reply on whatever she wanted to say.
Right reply, and it's been more like this covered. I suppose as a geography student, I would have loved to have had a job like this to have done, as it's something that's actually real as a survey and as a connection with the community. And I just want to emphasise what a wonderful job you are doing and how you get and getting and engaged with the community. I think it's a wonderful example of patience, taking the community with you and helping them be part of that. And I hope we all remember that. The other part of that is enabling people to give you information. Sometimes it's more costly to do that, but letting them be part of finding that data is really important. And whether it be using students and or letting citizen science of a light scale, people letting you understand what they see underneath them is something that engages people really, really well. And I just wanted to say, as someone who did some meaningless surveys as a student, it would be really good to get people understanding why you're doing this and getting them actually involved. Being meaningful and purposeful. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, well, we have all ready to go for mover and seconder and putting it, I think. Although there was some talk of a amendment, I think that was satisfied, so it's all good. We just needed to put the past tense into 4, and I'm going to put all those together. All in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Thanks. It is now 3:30, but we've only got. Oh yeah. We'll just have a quick break now for till 1:45. Sound good? Yep. I'll move that, and Councillor Sunwell seconding that. All in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. We are underway up to 10.4 standing orders, unmuted at the moment. Welcome back, everyone. This is an administrative update, but it is an important one. It's around the interim cyclone response legislation for electronic attendance at meetings. Welcome, Amanda. Do you want to quickly cover the extent of this one? It's pretty much obvious though from the paper.
Yes, I think it is. And I guess it's to say that even if the standing orders didn't change, the legislation obviously trumps standing orders, so that provision would still apply, but it felt like the right thing to do to tidy up standing orders because ours were so prescriptive around physical attendance. So it just clarifies that and brings it all into a bit tidier. But happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions then? No, Councillor Wilson signalling she'll move it when the time comes, and Councillor Holder seconding. Yeah, thank you. We just saw on questions, councillors, on this paper on standing orders. Have you got any questions?
I only had the one. And
Microphone.
sorry. I only had the one, and just on the record, for when are we doing a review of standing orders in toto? I know we're just doing a minor amendment today, but it does seem that we do need a general review.
Yep, through the chair. So LGNZ and Taitoda are reviewing the standing orders template currently. They'll be releasing that in early 2025, and so we thought we'd do a workshop in early 2025, so that's next year, on those standing orders to see whether council would like to adopt that new template or make any changes to its existing ones. And that way they're in place sort of a few months ahead of elections. So when the new council comes in, there's existing standing orders that have been reviewed for our needs.
Thank you.
Cool.
Yeah, Councillor Callaghan.
The change is, well, one of the key changes I see, other than other minor stuff, is just around the electronic link and whether you can be part of a quorum on electronic link. But certainly in my experience is that on electronic link is sketchy and it fails regularly in my experience. So what would happen to the quorum if you only just had a quorum and you were relying on those on electronic link? So say by having this, half the council could think, actually, this is cool, we can all be on electronic link. What then happens if suddenly, due to power outages or other things, that could place more at risk than where we currently sit?
Yes, that's correct. So if you were coming in via electronic link and were the person making up quorum and you dropped off, then we would lose quorum for the meeting.
Right, so it does elevate a level of risk that's not currently there.
Yes, I think we monitor that pretty carefully though. We've had some meetings over the last 6 months, particularly audit and risk, which is a smaller number of councillors where we've only just had quorum, and so the chair monitors it really carefully.
Right.
Yeah, I think it's all we can commit to doing.
Okay, cool.
Can I ask a question of you, Madam Chair, on this?
Okay.
I'm interested in what the consequences of this decision might be today. Now, it's certainly understandable for Alexa, Gary, myself, Kevin, perhaps, maybe Lloyd to a lesser extent, maybe that we've got to travel large distances to be here, and this makes the quorum much more attractive. But is there an intent, though, that Dunedin-based members of the council would still physically attend council meetings? Or are we likely to all end up on Zoom because it is the most convenient as a consequence, and what that might mean?
I'm not sure if that's a question for me because it's sort of an individual choice question, but our experience is, I guess, that if councillors can be nearby coming to a meeting, and even if they're not, because we do get great attendances from across the region, and that's a big commitment, but people do want to commit to that because so much value is seen in meeting together in person. So yeah, I don't think that would be a major. I don't think it's more convenient actually to be at home. It's great to be, for a Dunedin councillor I'm speaking about, which was the question. I think we'd come. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Councillor McCall.
Thank you. I was just wondering, So to have a quorum by electronic quorum, so do you have to, do you have to be able to show that there's a person on the other end? Like we've got Tim up there, but I can't see him. Oh,
no, we're better off not saying.
Now look what you've done. You get what I'm saying? Is there like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Before we have a vote, I think people, like in my opinion, this is like, this is, I don't know, standing orders or whatever, but if we're going to vote, you should always vote with your camera on.
If you can,
Yeah,
yeah.
you can't always do that.
Yeah, maybe Councillor Wilson, do you want to answer that question from your area?
Just turn a few mics off.
Yeah. So I attended a meeting last week in an area that took me 15 k's to get into 3 bars.
Yeah.
And I wasn't sure that my device I was staying somewhere without electricity. Some people still do these crazy things in the middle of winter, and so I couldn't charge. So I left mine off. I think people knew that I was attending and actively involved in that meeting, and that should all be that's required. I think it's really hard to require video.
It's probably not a question, but I'd be saying that the responsibility would be on the person to find a suitable cell coverage to attend the meeting from.
Oh.
Yeah, it's ideal because there's stuff around also unnecessary disruptions caused by I don't know, lack of connectivity or distractions that might be going on with Zoom. But I mean, people at their own homes have difficulties from time to time with connectivity, and we see that from around our table as well. Standing orders at the moment don't say that you have to have your video on. We've got Tim there today feeling sick. He doesn't necessarily want to have his video on, but we know he's there. I don't think there's too much of an issue. Sometimes you do have to have your video off to have enough. Otherwise, like the other day, that happened for me from Dunedin at home. I had to turn my video off, or the Wi-Fi was not connecting. Otherwise, it kept stalling.
From home.
Yeah, exactly. Probably in the back doing their homework. Anyway, there's a lot of issues. Yeah.
Perhaps we could make Tapanui the home base for calling, because our Wi-Fi is pretty sharp.
Fantastic. Rightio. Is there any other legitimate questions on this one, Councillor Malcolm?
Would it be possible to get a bus to Tapanui to do that? Karen, sorry, Chair.
Oh, yeah, can't. No other questions then? Oh, no, you're all good. Yeah. Moving. You're a second. Yep. Councillor Wilson's moved. Councillor Ware's seconded. We got that. Anybody want to speak to this one? Nope. We'll put it then. All in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. All right.
Was Tim there voting?
Yeah.
Thumb up.
Did you put your hand?
I was for this.
It's got to be.
Okay, the next part then, because I don't think we've got any committees to do recommendations for. So we've got motion to exclude the public for the following items, which is confidential minutes of 28th of August, confirmation of minutes of extraordinary council confidential on the 5th of September, and then 3.1 delegations manual update. And you've got a table there with the reasons for that.
Can I ask, because the delegations the argument seems to be with delegations, if I might ask the question.
Okay.
That's not inherently confidential matter. So therefore, it can only, I assume, be the one-page legal advice that we've received. That is a legal matter, but we have the capability of waiving privilege on that. And when I look at that one page, there's nothing there that's particularly sensitive either. It's just commenting on the delegations and what you might like to consider. So could I respectfully suggest that in actual fact, we don't need to go into confidence for that matter?
Can you
Oh, like, sorry, I couldn't see Janet.
That's just
there.
right.
Yeah.
Sorry,
There you go.
I'll paraphrase that.
Yeah.
Just get down to comment. Yeah, so Janet, we're in public at the moment as well. We just had a question around the need to, the reasons, I suppose, and Richard can paraphrase the question more. Yeah, so councillor just asked ahead of making a decision whether or not to go into public, whether the reasons set out in the information presented within the public excluded agenda warrant that vote. And so if there's anything you can explain as part of the public meeting to support that decision, then that would be helpful for council.
Certainly, thank you for the opportunity to speak to that. The matter that is proposed to go into public excluded does relate to insurance notifications. So ideally, we want to be able to preserve our position in relation to those notifications and not risk potential liability that could arise from these discussions being in public.
I don't understand. Why would that? Why the aim of this paper is to just delegate to which council officers particular powers or responsibilities lie. How would that affect our insurance cover?
So we can't answer that in a public meeting. So
I understand what you're saying.
The response given is that the matters relates to insurance matters, and that would be the reason why we would have the substantive discussion in the non-public part of the meeting.
Thank you. That's
all right.
Yeah,
if you put the motion, then I'll simply vote against it. Because I mean, I'm being asked to go on something that I'm not allowed to know about.
Yep, we can talk about it after we've had a motion. Yep, thanks. Yep. Any other questions? I am happy to move that we do go into public excluded for the reasons outlined in the table. Does somebody want to second that? Councillor Noon.
Can I just make a comment, Madam Chair?
You're welcome to, and councillor Laws might want to too, by the sounds of it.
We'll just pick up on councillor Law's point. We have the opportunity, once we know what we are talking about, whether to release that based on whatever the matter is. So we have the opportunity today to make that call once we go into non-public, understand whatever the issues are, and we may well resolve that the chief executive will release the information within the next 24 hours or whatever it might be.
Councillor Laws.
Yeah, can I say this? We're setting a really bad precedent by going, sorry, thank you, Alec. We're setting a really bad precedent by going into motion without actually explaining the reasons why. It isn't here that we're actually going into because of insurance reasons. Yeah.
Because of the.
But in fact, so anybody looking at the outside would say, why are you going into private for such a prosaic reason? And I'm afraid on the basis of the evidence until, you said that, we don't know. And it seemed a bizarre and odd thing to do, given the directives of the Local Government Act. So all I'm just saying is that I don't know what's there. I haven't seen anything in the confidential section of our council papers that I've been provided on that particular issue that would allow me to make a considered choice as to whether to move it or not. And I would have thought in the confidential agenda, which we get confidentially and aren't published, that information might have been better canvassed, to be honest with you, on that confidential papers, so that then I am better informed to make that decision. As you know, the imperative of the Local Government Act is that everything be open and transparent. We've adopted that as part of our Otago Regional Council values. And so I'm saying, and Richard, perhaps this is to you, I think we need a bit more information and a bit more trust about why we're moving in and what the particular issue is, so that we can make a better informed decision. And that's why I'll vote against it, because I don't see that information there now.
Thanks for in debate. So, yep, that's great. Anyone else want to say anything before we vote? Okay, we'll put it then. All in favour? Aye. Against?
No, against.
Want your votes recorded? I
Yeah.
think I heard three
Yeah,
here.
Please.
Yeah.
So that's Malcolm, Callagher and Ross.
Yes, that's right. Nobody else wanted to have a different vote recorded than yes. No, we've got 3 no's and the rest in favour.